Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to redefine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, be and how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike, you have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right. It is time to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Night 2 of debate. Since I have started back, I took about a month off of streaming, right? I mean, I streamed a little bit, but I didn't stream a lot. And then, of course, the holidays and everything, January 1st. And then, but I came out strong first week. We've already had, we did a gun prattle the other day. We did a day shift. Now, second night in a row, we've got a killer debate lined up. It is Golden Dome versus Golden Fleet. We're going to be talking about what in the hell we should do. What should we do? Because there's opinions here. Now I've got a very specific approach that I'm taking tonight. with this debate. It's a little different. So, we'll see how it plays out. But tomorrow night, you are not going to miss tomorrow's debate. So if you haven't heard, it's going to be me. All right, hold on. Back up. It's going to be Destiny and some dude named Dev, who apparently may not cam up to debate, which is totally sus. And I don't really respect that. We all know that. We know who I am. We know what I feel like. So Destiny and some dude named Dev, and we'll talk about this later, versus Admiral Gibbs, I believe. Me. Wait, there's more. Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er, and the crowning achievement just announced today. You ready? It is. You're just not going to believe this. It's going to be funny. Who would the last person that you would think would debate a Jan 6 topic with Destiny? Who do you think that would be? Enrique Talia, I don't know how you say his name. President of the Proud Boys. That's right, folks. We made it happen. It took some time. It took about a couple hours. So we've got two, not one, two, and potentially three J6ers that are going to be on debating Destiny on J6. Pardon me. But you heard right. The president of the Proud Boys, Enrique Talia, however you say his name, Tali. Not really sure how you say his name. Enrique, who went to prison when he wasn't even at J6. He wasn't even there, but he went to prison. Well, tonight, Enrique is at Word Wars, enjoying Word Wars, the very first round, while I debate the Golden Fleet versus Golden Dome. But tomorrow, once again, folks, it's the mouth of the South, Meth Mouth himself, Destiny, fresh off a round of courtroom issues, I guess, maybe, I don't know. It will be Destiny and Dev versus Admiral Gibbs, your boy Grid 1, Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er, and Enrique Talia, president of the Proud Boys, in a J6 debate. The prompt for tomorrow night, ladies and gentlemen, is are the Democrats responsible for the J6? They're saying insurrection. We're gonna get into it. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be great. I talked to Enrique tonight on the telephone. He's a cool dude. We got this. Can you believe it though? Wick is probably still walking around on cloud nine when I told him that not only would he have Destiny, who's, let's just face it, it's just Destiny, but Enrique Talia, the leader, the president of the Proud Boys, who went to prison for J6. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first in the chat tonight was Void Ace. My man, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Second in was Mr. And then Agrillapolis. Damien, PKFRX, man, it is good to see you. Man, I hadn't seen you in a hot minute around here. Man, I'm glad you're doing okay, sir. I am doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Abe Dinkus is up in the joint. Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Smoking Spaceman has made it in. Abe Dinkus, I noticed that you have not been active. I hope that you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. And I hope everything in your family and your life is going well as well. So please, take that, take that for what it is. We have Invisible Hope. I'm not familiar with Invisible Hope, but we have Invisible Hope in the chat along with Devin. Is that Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Yes, we got Devin Anderson, Invisible Hope, and Angel Berber in the house. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. For everybody that just joined, well, I'll be going over this a couple more times. I'm certain before the night is done. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the precipice of greatness, ladies and gentlemen, because tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, I will be debating along with all right, so I'll back up. We will have a debate featuring Destiny. Some dude named Dev, which I'm not really sure who that is, but apparently he has debated with Destiny before, probably a sidekick, or maybe it's just, a cool nickname for the group team of people in a room that give him, that feed him information. I don't know. But it will be myself, Admiral Gibbs, Tim Hale, criminally funny Jay Sixer, and best of all, Enrique, president of the Proud Boys, tomorrow night, ladies and gentlemen. You can't make this up. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. So good. Good. So good. Been working your butt off. Damien, man, I get that, brother. I've had a lot of stuff go on. It's been crazy. It is actually really awesome. And the dude called me. Enrique called me up, man. My phone rang and I'm like, yeah, what's up? And he's like, yeah, it's Enrique. What's up? That's what's up. All right. So, Tario, that's how you say it. Tario. He's a super good dude. Super good dude. I don't know why I had L's in there. Super cool dude, though. Really nice. Very pleasant to talk to. And but anyway, so you guys are up to speed now. Now, that's going to be a great debate tomorrow. It's really going to be cool. Can't say enough about it. And we've got a lot of stuff. You were stuck in Zoo York? Yeah, I've been busy, man. I've been it just is. I mean, it kind of is the way it is, right? Like I just get busy. So we're waiting right now. I'm waiting for Admiral Gibbs to jump us into the debate room. I thought that we were supposed to be live at I actually thought we were supposed to be live at 7 sharp, but maybe I got lied to. Maybe they set me up. You never know. You can't trust these guys. Can't trust them. Let's check this out. Let's see where we're at. Good to see everybody, though. It's I'm glad that everybody's coming back. We've had a lot of people. I notice these things too. Like I notice when people just aren't around. Like I don't see somebody for a while. I'm like, what the hell? What's up, Logical Spark? You can't wait till Kel gets done with her stuff. I hope that she gets done with it and improves her life. That would be the most preferable thing. So I guess it's going to be a 7:30 deal. So we'll just wait and see what happens. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting topic. The Golden Dome versus Golden Fleet going to be very interesting. It'll be very interesting. So part of this is I'll tell you who the guys we're going up against tonight is Dylan Burns, Jake Var, non-smoker, Jason, and me. I think that Jason is Aircraft Sparky. I'm pretty positive that that's Aircraft Sparky. Yeah, that's Aircraft Sparky. He thought the U.S. was doing both. That's what I think ought to be doing. Your take on the ICE shooting? I think it was a good shoot. I've watched it from a couple of different angles, and you really have to bend your mind to think that that lady was trying to avoid the ICE agent. Now, could he have hopped out of the way? Possibly. She was accelerating towards him. Cars move quickly. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good shoot, though. See, here's the thing, guys. Regardless of what her actual intentions were, if someone guns a vehicle at you and you try and you act like you're going to drive over them, even if you turn the wheel at the last minute, they have no way of knowing your intention. As far as they're concerned, that is a life or death moment, and they are, and I think the ICE agent made the right call. Now, there's a disconnect in society right now. And the disconnect is for some stupid ass reason, people think that it's okay to be stupid and it doesn't hurt. And, you know, my forefathers even had a saying that it hurts to be stupid sometimes, right? It can hurt a lot. And I don't know about anybody else's, but that was a big thing growing up was, my elders, if you will, constantly reminded me that sometimes stupid hurts. And this is one of those cases. One can state she only turned the wheels because she saw the gun. That's true. The thing is again, I can't, it's like, so here's the thing. It's like if any of you, let's say I didn't know you personally and you acted like you were going to draw a gun on me and I pulled my gun and shot you dead before I could see that what you were actually pulling out was a comb or something, right? Now, if all I had to go on was that there's this thing, you know, that you're pulling out, maybe that's not good. But let's just say that prior to you reaching for this thing and doing like a quick draw motion, let's say that prior to that, you call me a dumb son of a bitch. You're going to fuck me up. My life is over as I know it. And I'm going to get mine, or any number of other threatening insults, whatever. If you do that and I shoot you, you earned that, right? You earned that because, I mean, it is literally fuck around and find out, but you earned it because you threatened me. You put me in a situation where I'm at a elevated standpoint. Now, I remember there was a case in Colorado about 10 years ago, maybe a little older, maybe 13 or 14 years ago. And basically what happened is this guy sitting in his house drunk. He's sitting in his house. He is drunk. He's been drinking. And he has, and he's just sitting in his chair. One of his friends comes over and in a mask and bursts through the door. The guy pulls a gun and shoots his friend 3 times in the chest. Now, for a long time, they tried to get this guy for murder. The state of Colorado tried very hard to get this guy for murder. And part of that was when the guy was drunk and intoxicated, he told the cops that this was something him and his friend did from time to time, where they would burst in the door and they would get shot with an airsoft gun. It was kind of like a simulation, right? So a drill, if you will. But in this instance, he had his real gun out cleaning it, and he was not expecting his friend to come over. They had not talked, any of that. And again, they did this while he was intoxicated. All of this conversation happened while he was intoxicated. And so they tried the state of Colorado really tried hard to say that this was a homicide, and that it was an intentional murder. But the reality is that even if 100 times you come over to my house, you burst through the door, and I shoot you with an airsoft gun, but I do that because I know you're coming over, and it's a game we play and all of that. But let's say that we haven't done that for 2 months, and I don't expect you, I'm not expecting anybody, and you burst through my door in a mask, can't tell it's you, and then you kind of get what you get at that point, right? Right? Like at that point, you kind of fucked yourself. And so, um, they ruined this guy's life, by the way, over this. It's a big case in Colorado. It's still, I mean, it's still, it occasionally comes up on TV, where they'll do it. Angel Berber says, also, this case represents a massive rise in left-wing vigilantism. Yeah, that's true. Leftists taking what they believe to be law by their politicians into their own hands. That's absolutely correct. It's absolutely correct. Well, I'm I'm live, so I'm live, motherfucker. I mean, you could still say it. I could probably. I mean, it happens enough around here that it's probably like, it's just that guy being a dick again. But let's not tempt fate too much. So yeah, yeah. What do you? So my chat and I are discussing this ice shooting. What do you guys think about that? Good shoot. Good shoot. Good shoot. Okay. Yeah. So one of my chat makes a very good point that this specific case represents a massive rise in left wing vigilantism, which is they're defining as leftists taking what they believe to be law by their politicians or by their politics into their own hands. So it seems like the left, and I feel like they've been doing this for a while, but does seem to be ramping up to where, because they feel like this is the law, they can do whatever the fuck they want. Willing to pay the price? Yeah.
now it's 180 seconds you have to take it out in the boost phase. So I just want somebody to lay out to me how $175 billion is more useful here than taking that money and putting it towards any other of our defense priorities. That's more than the entirety of the aid that we have given to Ukraine. And I am not sure that it could actually achieve defending the United States against what it's meant to. And if you read the declarations, they say defend against peer competitors, not rogue states, not, a random accidental launch. Those are already covered. Peer-to-peer competitors. I don't think that's possible. As for the Golden Fleet, I think that makes more sense. But I think the problem with the Trump administration is they're going to have to work with the Europeans a lot to achieve that, because the Europeans are the best ship manufacturers in the world.
All right, well, let's get into it. I guess a good place to start was where y'all were fighting is the Golden Dome a self-defense option, or is it an offensive kind of weapon here? It looks like Nonsor, you took some umbrage with this decision to call it a self-defense.
I mean, yeah, okay, what? So the Golden Dome, first of all, let's call it what it is. I mean, is there a ballistic missile threat that the United States of America faces? Well, I suppose if they engage in brinksmanship with countries that have ballistic missile capabilities, then yes, there is a ballistic missile threat, right? If we deploy our military all over the fucking world to intimidate these other countries, then we face a possible ballistic missile threat. But ignoring that, I mean, do you guys really I almost want to jump back into the Golden Fleet thing real quick, but you guys know, when they announce these hundreds of billions of dollars in, military spending, future military spending, that's given in the form of weapons contracts, right? So there's all this public money flowing into, for example, Palantir, right? Palantir is receiving I think it was $448 million to implement Ship OS, which would help, design, I guess it would be used to help the supply chain of shipbuilding. Palantir is going to get that money whether or not the Golden Fleet is ever built, and whether or not the Golden Fleet even benefits Americans. It's just fucking cronyism and kickbacks. How can conservatives who are small government, they don't like government spending, they want to reduce taxes, all of that stuff, how can you fucking justify this?
Well, I guess I'll take this. It's quite easy. We've got an aging U.S. Navy fleet. We're currently running around 436 ships in total inventory. That's including our mothballed, where we're able to field only around 300 warships at any time, and that's to include if we take the ships being upgraded out of the shipyards and things like that. We do need to up the size of our fleets. Unfortunately, if I had it my way, we wouldn't be patrolling all of the shipping lanes all over the world. I think we waste too much time defending other people's trade routes and not really worrying much about what's going on around the oceans around our nation. One of the interesting things about the idea of the proposal of the Golden Fleet is they want to build around 134 autonomous unmanned ships. I'm unconvinced of the technology it being able to operate as they want it to right now. So I'm a little iffy on that. When we look at the shipbuilding capability of America today, we have a severe lack in tradesmen to be able to do it. The supply side, yeah, it's a little difficult, but the actual pitfall that we're falling into right now is we don't have the people to build these ships. I fully support the idea of increasing our fleet size. That way we can more easily project our power across seas if needed, because I'd rather engage over in their neighborhood than in our own. But beyond that, I like the idea. I just don't think it'll be actualized, and I don't believe Congress will allow it to go through.
Well, before you go on, just let me ask you this: you just said we don't have the fleet building capabilities. Wouldn't the getting the contracts to build them also include potentially the building of the facilities to build the fleet? Isn't that a double-edged or double whammy? It's like a 2-for-1.
So it's really not the facilities that we're lacking, though. It is the skilled tradesmen in order to build these ships. These are multi-year projects. Currently, to build an Arleigh Burke destroyer, it takes about 5.5 years on what should be in a 2.5 to possibly 3-year maximum time to build these ships, because we just simply don't have enough hands to do the work. Okay, we have the new development of the new frigate system that's going to be based off the Freedom class Coast Guard cutter. it is going to be substantially less capable than the previous frigate that was just tossed because the U.S. Navy decided they wanted to cram a bunch of shit on it. The Navy suffers from
So
putting too much equipment on their designs.
I think that's
trying
the
to
actual
make
problem,
ships more
Sparky.
capable.
So and not that I pay a ton of attention to shipbuilding. It's not, airplane building I pay a lot of attention to. Ships not so much. However, I don't think it's that we lack the skilled tradesmen. I don't think that's true at all. I think what we actually lack is a cutoff where we stop adding things. What you just said is actually brilliant. The problem is that while the ships are being built, they're making constant changes. It's like the house that never gets finished, right? I don't know if any of you guys worked contract jobs before, or, construction. Every fucking change order is not a 2-hour deal. Every change order is especially on a fucking ship is like 3, 4, 5 months added, which then now it's a year, and now it's 5 years to build a 3-year ship, and then by the time and part of the problem is that for whatever reason, the Navy has, and I'm going a little bit of the weeds here, but the Navy has determined to not be as upgradable as it could be. So a lot of their systems are very proprietary, and you can't just pull out one widget and slide the newest version of the widget in. So you have to have a whole new setup to run what it is. And so, so when you come through, when you're 3 years in and now we have a brand new radar system and say, okay, we want to put this radar system in. Well, now that's a complete re-engineer of certain areas of the boat that has to be maybe done and undone. I think that our shipbuilding I don't think that we lack skilled help. I think that we lack the determination to get them done in a hurry. And we just simply always want the absolute best. So I reject the idea. And the reason I do that is because this country built Liberty ships in like volume, right? And so I absolutely reject that. I think that's dumb. I think that's a bad argument.
And so the reason why I say that is because I have people who currently work at places like Huntington Ingalls Shipbuilding in Pascagoula, Mississippi. And
some guys in Oregon right now.
A third of their workforce happens to be Filipino contractors and things like that they have to ship in just to have hands out there to do the work. And of course, since they're foreign nationals, there's certain compartments they can't work in because they don't have the classified clearance.
And that's the other problem is that even if you had enough skilled welders and electronics guys and all of this, even if you had enough, they may not be able to have the top secret security clearance or very secret or whatever. There's a clearance for fucking everything. And you may be allowed in this part of the boat, but you can't cross this line into this part of the boat. So
sounds like an inefficient big government.
Well, you brought up the tech issue with the autonomous ships. Like in Ukraine, we've seen the autonomous ships be pretty effective with the drones and whatnot. Why wouldn't we be able to just take that?
Well, so those aren't autonomous; those are remote-controlled drones that are being operated. That's essentially what they're wanting to do. That's essentially what's happening right now on the modern battlefield. However, the U.S. Navy wants autonomous ships. They want AI-driven ships that will perform certain missions without personnel input. And so there's a distinct difference there between autonomous versus drones.
This is another area where I want to emphasize European cooperation. Not only are European ship manufacturers some of the best in the world, but also Europe is the first continent to really feel the full blunt of interstate drone warfare and the use of drones to target with this much success other naval ships. I mean, there has been attempts by the Houthis in Yemen with very little success. There has been attempts by other powers, but the Ukrainians have been the most effective in disabling 40 to 50% of the Black Sea Fleet using their naval drones. And this actually brings us back to the Golden Dome, because here's a question. Let's say we actually spent the amount of money that would be necessary to find a real effective Golden Dome, and we got the Canadians on board, which would be necessary and we got them to foot their part of the bill, and we got Greenland involved, and we did everything that was necessary. What happens when the Russians load an atomic device onto a naval drone and slide that into a major American port anyway, avoiding the entire system? There's so many other ways that an atomic device can be delivered to a civilian population. It's not even just about protecting major urban areas. They'll just pick the
I don't.
next major location. You protect 33 cities. Well, okay, they'll pick the 34th, the
Okay.
35th, the
Sure.
36th. It's a very difficult job.
Yeah, fair enough. I remain unconvinced because the reality is that I'm actually not concerned about nukes. I'm concerned about hypersonic missiles with conventional warheads blowing up Kansas. I mean that's the reality of it, right? So what right now the state of warfare is very even. Like we are the top, and everybody else gets pissed on by us, and that's the end of it. But China, Russia, and a couple other countries are very, very close to hypersonic missiles, and hypersonic is a very special threat because the distance they can travel, as fast as they can travel it, changes what we think of as missile warfare. It just does. And so that's where I think the only merit for a golden dome to me, regardless of what that actually looks like, is the idea of the hypersonic cruise missiles that can leave Minsk and be here in 3 hours before we even know that it left. Right? Like we can't track it that fast.
Well, the
Okay,
Russians and the
so-
Iranians have hypersonic missiles.
They say they have.
But-
They're not perfect.
Yep.
They're close.
They claim them to be hypersonic, but they're hypersonic in the boost phase, not in the terminal phase, and that's what actually determines a hypersonic missile. Here's the nice thing about the Golden Dome. The Golden Dome proposal is using existing technology that exists. It incorporates Aegis on land, which we have 2 sites currently, one in Alaska and another one that we operate out of Poland. It's a very good, stable system. The AN Spy 7 radar is amazing. But when you look at air defense deal, where Dylan is actually 100% correct is the accuracy of the interceptors and how many interceptors are going to have to be launched to stop one warhead versus, if you have a multiple MIRV type ballistic missile launching 12 or 24 warheads, how many missiles does it take to actually take out that warhead? It's actually a great point. I don't believe, and yes, without Canadian cooperation, which they're kind of fighting against, even though the only reason why they don't have an actual military is because Uncle Sugar provides their security for them.
Yeah, it's not like they have a choice.
Yeah, it's
Well, y'all are talking about the.
Well, wait.
Golden-
Can I hear this all the time about Canada,
Right.
but Canada has all of the same geographic advantages of the United States. And who would invade Canada in North America?
Who would invade?
I mean, Canada. I mean, we've never come to Canada's defense. Canada came to our defense after 9/11. They lost guys in Afghanistan.
They did, and I've served with Canadian soldiers abroad and here in the United States during Operation Noble Eagle, following the 9/11 deal. I
So what's
dealt
the
with
threat
NATO
to Canada?
people. The threat to Canada would be the same threat that America has. If you want to actually come over and invade America, you're not going to do it through the West Coast. You're not going to do it through the East Coast. Really, your best bet would be coming through the
pole.
North.
Flat Plains
Yeah,
from the
over the
north
pole.
or the south. So Mexico and
it-
Canada actually should be strategic partners in defense of America, because it also helps them as well, because they are the most likely vector of initial invasion.
If one of the things you say.
So wait. So to
Who
be
would-
clear, you're
hold
saying
on,
that
you
Canada's
say-
a threat.
Yeah, you say who would
as a passageway to invade us. They're like our Belgium. They're like Norway.
kind of.
Well, he didn't say threat in a
So,
way, but
It's a
so-
threat.
If somebody
They're not a
launches
threat.
a hypersonic missile over the poles, so there's a couple of things. First of all, hypersonic missiles do not fly in a parabola like conventional missiles do. They can actually vary their trajectory, and it doesn't really cost them speed like it does a conventional missile. And so they can go through Canada's air defenses, and they may, because they're not particularly accurate currently, they could hit Canada. So I would think Canada would want the additional protection, but even if they didn't, it doesn't matter because we don't, we provide all of their protection anyway. I mean, that's the way it is.
Well, I want to go back to something that Dylan said here, and I want to go to Jake actually, because I've sat here and argued with Jake several times about the benefits of backing Israel, mainly from just like a military weapons testing standpoint right? And I feel like with Israel, they may not have as much experience with drones as say Ukraine does, because I feel like their enemies are a little bit, Russia's a little bit more of a different, more powerful enemy than, I don't know, a bunch of terrorist works. But they seem to have had a lot of experience with drones. Like, what do you not like this idea that we're taking from another country and we're putting that in here, and it should be able to cover the drone defense as well as like the missile defense? Like, we're taking real world experience from the Israelis and applying it to America on a larger scale.
Yeah, it is a larger. No, I understand that, but you have to realize that the Israelis have a much smaller plot of land in order to protect that Iron Dome. So obviously, it's much easier to protect that compared to the United States. Not only that, the United States does have to provide protection even to Canada, especially because we have Alaska there, etc. So we do need the help. Going back to Dylan's point,
And to
here,
some degree, Mexico.
is that,
I mean,
and some degree Mexico too, as well. So there is a lot more. There's a lot more nuance than just with Israel, where they're just surrounded purely by their enemies, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's the big main core there. However, Israel has mastered that Iron Dome. I think they've done a very good job on it, but it's not nearly to the same scale of the land that we have to protect here in the United States. But I am for that. And again, hypothetically, I think this is a great idea. I want to ask non-smoker here. Hypothetically, if we're able to actually fund this and actually do it without very minimum consequences, would you be 100% okay with that theoretically?
I'm sorry. Ask me again. What if hypothetically, if we were able to fund it with no consequences?
With minimal consequences.
Yeah, like they did war bonds or some shit.
Yeah. In other words, like we were able to fund it with the help of our European allies, Canada, etc., and we were able to actually get it done. Would you still have an issue with it?
Dude, it's not necessary. I mean, all of the things you guys are outlining, like this is all fantasy land shit. Like, what if?
So yeah, but
what
okay,
if
I know it's
America?
fantasy-
What if
hold on, that's not
America?
my
Well,
question,
do you
though.
want me to answer the question or not?
I know it's fantasy.
You,
though.
no,
I'm
then
asking
you want. Okay, then you want to ramble.
Yeah, let him answer.
What's the actual problem that you would have if this was actually
The actual
happened in
problem I have is
self-defense?
that
Yes.
this is a fucking perverted fantasy that you guys have because you're
Yeah,
all
that's not
military.
verbal. I already
worshipping
told you
freaks.
hypothetically.
You think
bro.
that you guys think that ballistic
Don't spur it out, dude.
missiles
Just answer
are
the
going to
question
be
normal.
raining down on America
Oh,
any
God.
day now. It's not fucking happening unless we keep escalating all over the world. Why don't we stop doing that?
Because crazy people don't need a fucking reason.
Yeah,
actually, that's
exactly.
actually-
bro.
that's
Dude,
actually-
we're
this
the
is
crazy
ridiculous.
person.
The
He's
man
a
that right
crazy
next to you,
person.
look,
We're
that
attacking
dude that looks like
sovereign
Jesus
countries.
there has been in a fucking war zone.
Let
Right?
me actually let's bring that up. Let's go back to Dylan here. I think it's actually interesting.
Don't say that people don't wage war just for the fuck of it.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's a stupid fucking argument.
Who was more aggressive in the last 2 decades, Russia or the United States?
More
I guess
aggressive.
that's very
Concerning their capacity, I mean, it depends on. Like, do you think of the Russian? Well, here's a question.
No,
I'll pose.
not
Do you think of the
concerning their
Russians had our
capacity.
power?
Who's been
Do you
more
think if the
aggressive?
Russians had our wealth
Who's
and
been more
power, do you think
aggressive?
they'd be
America's
more
been
aggressive?
involved
Let's
in every
hold on,
war in the world in the last 2 decades.
Yeah, okay, we don't want
Plus.
to. Okay, whatever.
I guess
Well, go ahead, Lou, you're
You know, it's bad when the lefty is like whatever to the other lefty.
How is that not true?
One
Afghanistan,
at a time, one at
Iraq,
a time.
Libya,
About Muslims,
Syria,
they're gonna say the
Ukraine,
all right.
All right.
Venezuela,
Hold on.
Non-smoker,
Somalia.
calm down, bro. Calm down. It was just a
Nigeria.
question that you obviously can't answer.
Come
Go ahead,
on,
Chris.
the
Are we doing, like,
reality is
black- are we, like,
He did.
naming
It's
all
a
the
fantasy, bro.
Forget
So this
about
is
that.
why I can't
In
answer the
Red
question.
Alert
Can't even answer
Three,
just super
when
hypothetical,
they
bro.
invaded America with the balloons.
All right. Sorry. I had to get
I like
control
Dylan
there.
more and more
Everybody's
every
talking
time
at
we're
once.
on,
I'm sorry.
on screen together.
Everybody was talking, and I want to reframe it. Nobody can hear nothing. All right. I'm going to mute everybody. Sorry, guys. We had to get control of it. I guess I do want to go back to Dylan. I think this is actually an interesting question that non-smoker is bringing up. He brought it up earlier when it was open about it being the self-defense system not being a self-defense system. And then Dylan brought up in his that they've been very effective in Ukraine about stopping the drones. I don't remember the exact numbers. I'm sure you can quote them again in a second. But I only remember watching.
They've disabled like 40 to 50% of the Russian Black Sea Fleet.
Yeah, and in your documentary, they're using fucking shotguns. So I don't know. Like at some level, is it even worth it if they're using shotguns in the Ukraine to disable? What are your thoughts here? Go ahead, Dylan.
Is it worth it to what? Is it worth it? I'm sorry.
Build the Golden Dome. Build the Golden Dome. If Ukraine's being this effective with shotties, like.
I mean, well, the shotties are being used to shoot down drones. The Golden Dome would be used to shoot down a whole myriad of like short range to intermediate range to long range missiles. Supposedly, at least that's the point, is to deter a type of attack. It's never to actually have an attack happen, but it's to make an opponent think, I don't even know which launchers actually have interceptors. I don't know which even launchers even have atomic weapons. There's so many decoys I don't even know are decoys that it's not worth it to engage in the attack in the first place. That should be the purpose of the Iron Dome system, not to actually create a 100% success rate of shooting down nukes, which is not only economically unfeasible, but if we were to do that, if you're China, if you're Russia, what do? You immediately create more nukes. You immediately create more warheads. You immediately increase the size so you can swarm our systems and overwhelm it. You can have the best goalie in the world or the best like man in the world guarding this spot, and you can stop one shot, two shot. But if you throw
I
20
kind of
shots
want
at
to
them at
throw
the
a
same
couple
time,
of
you're fucked.
grenades here, guys.
Yeah, it's easy to
Should
overwhelm these
I
systems. And that's
bring
one
up
thing that
rail
the
guns
new drone warfare that we're seeing going
and
on in
Star
Ukraine
Wars?
is actually showing is swarm attacks are
Guys,
they're impossible to stop.
help me out here.
The
Should I
reason
do
why they're
that?
employing something as archaic as a shotgun is because a person can carry that and engage in these small FPV drones with some relative, I guess, ease is the word you would have to use, using bird shot, because these drones are kind of fragile, they're lightweight, things like that. But the reason why something like a ballistic missile protection system, it should have been something that the U.S. should have had already. The technology,
Like
wasn't
Star
really
Wars?
there. Yes, the Star Wars. The Star Wars was a wonderful.
Star
feat.
Wars had that?
No,
They had
rail.
balloon
No,
drone?
we have a Star Wars program. You don't remember that?
Yeah, that's what.
Oh,
That's what
the
the
space-
Jake and I were
Soviet
alive,
Union.
probably.
Rail
Yeah.
guns.
Well,
I mean, we
I
could
didn't-
have a golden dome, not with just missiles, but the rail guns that are still up there in space. They're still up there.
Right.
We didn't bring them down. Like, they're still up there.
What's actually more interesting is the new laser to missile defense system.
I heard about the laser stuff. I mean,
Oh, that
yeah.
shit's real.
The
That's,
AV
I actually thought that was a fucking lie, but I know
I thought
people.
that was a lie too, bro. I was gonna say that sounds like fucking Doctor.
I know people who blow shit up, and they have confirmed by not denying that shit exists and
Yeah,
it works.
Can
we have a-
can I pose a question to Jason real quick, just
Sure,
in,
go ahead.
in light of what you just said? Because it sounds like you know a lot about this stuff, and I respect your
Out of my profession,
expertise. Right. So let me ask you this. So there was a book written in 2021 by Henry Kissinger and several other people, Eric Schmidt and another computer science guy. I can't remember. It's called The Age of AI. And this was before AI reached the level of sophistication that we're seeing now, right? Which is only going to increase. Right, over
Smoking
time.
Spaceman.
We're seeing AI implemented on
know.
the battlefield in
I
Ukraine.
think
There was
honestly,
I encourage
I think
everybody
the
in the
rail
audience, if
guns
you haven't
that are
read it,
still
there's
up
an
in space
extremely long
could be
piece in the New York
refitted
Times about AI
and,
drones in Ukraine, how
like with
successful
new
they've been
targeting
in repelling Russian
systems. The
attacks.
reason that they
go
didn't
into
work
the
is the
cluster
targeting
drone
systems and
attacks,
just the
stuff
way
like
it comes
that.
through the
You know,
atmosphere.
and reading that article
But
to me,
that shit does
is rather
work.
frightening. Because although it's encouraging from a Ukrainian perspective that they've been able to so impressively defend themselves utilizing this amazing technology, there's a heavy implication in reading it that, like, hey, this is the new frontier for warfare, like AI-enabled cluster drone strikes that can't be stopped, you know. And in this book, The Age of AI, they go into AI being basically like the future of warfare and presenting in many ways this mutually assured destruction scenario, much like we saw with nuclear weapons. So given that, right, given that argument that this could evolve to a point where, like, as you're sort of implying, I think, hey, there may be no way to deter attacks like this. Shouldn't we then stop talking about militarism and start talking about diplomacy and scaling back our militaries, right? I mean, I'm not against practical measures of defense, but this whole over $1 trillion investment in military spending the Trump administration is talking about in 2027,
1.5.
very, very aggressive foreign policy stance in general, you know, whatever happened in Venezuela, whatever you think, there's many examples, I would say, of the U.S. approaching the world in a more aggressive manner. I don't know. I mean, am I crazy here to say, like, hey, in light of this very scary new technology, maybe we should start scaling back the militarism and instead take a more diplomatic approach?
I think that's a good question. That's actually a very good point.
It's actually a decent idea, and I'll basically say it like this: is the best defense is a strong offense. Nothing deters anyone more than I'll shoot you in the fucking face.
It's fair.
That's just how the world works. I would rather have a strong military. Now, I believe that we have focused throughout the past several decades a little bit too offensively. Okay, I was a vocal opponent of our staying in Afghanistan for as long as we did, for staying in Iraq as long as we are, for staying in Syria for as long as we are. I think the fact that the United States military has basically been mercenaried out in order to defend corporate interest abroad, I think is disgusting. As someone who participated in a lot of those campaigns, I'm not happy. The initial invasion of Afghanistan was righteous. But once we knew Osama bin Laden was out of the country, a month into that campaign, we should have left. When it came to Iraq, we basically told a half truth. We said, oh, we know they have weapons of mass destruction. What they didn't tell you is that we sold those weapons of mass destruction to them in the form of chemical weapons, biological weapons, things like that. We did find those, and some Marines were exposed to some nerve agents while in Fallujah. So, I mean, it was proven, but it just wasn't up to the quality that they were claiming because these weapons degrade over times, things like that. And they also still had the U.S. Property U.S. Army stenciled on the side of some of these canisters and everything. So, I hear what you're saying, non-smoker, right? And I understand your thought process with it, and I kind of share it to a point. But I am also a man who has worked in the profession of arms my entire adult life. And I understand that one of the things that actually helps keep Americans safe is the fact that we will rain holy hell down on anyone if you fuck with us right. And that's just it's just historically accurate. It's what works.
Hey, I have a question for Jason really quick, but before that, non-smoker, are you insinuating that you would believe that the future of modern warfare, at least in the United States with Russia, et cetera, would be AI-driven warfare, and that we should invest our money into technologies such as AI rather than more so of the actual physical defense?
I listen, I'm not an expert, obviously, but from what I understand, yeah, that sort of is the future.
It's probably where
direction of warfare. Yeah.
Okay, Jason, do you agree with that statement?
Well, I mean, look, we have organizations like DARPA and stuff that is working on things like that. And I'm not privy to everything that's in the works, but we do be building shit. And
Sure.
that's just what America does. We consistently work on trying to revolutionize the battle space and things like that, trying to save American lives. It doesn't always work. Okay. I mean, the reality is a lot of R&D projects end up getting scrapped because they run over budget. They don't even come close to meeting the capabilities that are initially pushed out there. Things like that. That is just the nature of R&D, plain and simple. We've got entire museums dedicated to nothing but failures in military technologies. However, we also have a lot of technologies, including medical technologies, that have benefited from these type of projects throughout the time. Think about it. And if you got a simple staph infection in the 1800s, they had to cut your arm off. Today, we actually have means to actually help mend that. Stuff like that. That is done through military research. Hate to break it to you. The vast majority of medical advancements come through military research. Things
Sure.
like that. So there's more than just defense benefits that comes through these programs.
Let me ask this though. So I posted an article just now, and there's been a few. This is an article that I'm going to quote, but go ahead. 1 second. Good. I find it interesting because non-smoker has been kind of saying that we're being the aggressors and all these things, and this is causing these countries to be hostile. And
Yeah, we're the bad guys.
I don't know that, and I like them. I'm not totally opposed to actually being the bad guy. Don't ever heard me take any of my stances. But when I'm sitting here hearing this, I go, well, wait a minute. There's a report out now that in 2019 they basically said you can have Venezuela, we're going to take Ukraine. That's what Russia told I guess a Trump admin team, right? And I don't think that worked out. But now it's like Trump, by being aggressive, has weakened BRICS overall. Like Russia's in a forever war. I know that's not good for Ukraine, but it's hurting Russia. China maybe is getting better with them, but North Korea's being all right. But Iran's the weakest have been. Venezuela's gone. Cuba's on the rocks. Like these seem like Iran's in shambles. It seems like it's taking care of these one at a time, right? And you're knocking out this like alliance that Russia had. That seems like kind of the point of this Golden Fleet is like, hey, we can show up at any time, and not only do we have aircraft carriers, we'll have all this other shit too. Like, do y'all not see this as a geopolitical tool to use by having such a powerful military and especially a navy?
I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree with your analysis, and because my reasoning behind it is honestly what we're seeing in Venezuela. What we saw happen in Venezuela, I think directly, if you really want to know the truth behind it, it's trying to protect the petrodollar. America
Well,
itself. Well,
that's the whole point. Yeah, that's literally
you know
what
what?
I'm saying. Yeah,
We don't have to be the world's hegemon currency. We really don't. I see a whole lot of stuff that we've engaged in more in protection of this antiquated world order that was developed following World War II to protect the petrodollar. That is what has allowed America to strive economically and everything else. And yes, it was definitely a golden age of America, but I think honestly we should look at new tactics in order to help push our power through more soft and look some less squishy means too. A little bit less diplomatic, speak softly, carry big stick, those kind of ideals. And that's something that like the Golden Fleet would actually help tie in.
Bill,
So-
you look like you were going to say something. I know Grid wants to say something too.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so I think one thing, maybe the disconnect here, and maybe just because we just have different opinions on this. Maybe part of the disconnect is that the Golden Dome would be a defensive measure. It wouldn't be it wouldn't matter. For example, a non-smoker, if we had the Golden Dome, because we don't threaten other people with it, right? They just couldn't threaten us because we'd be like, fuck you. We're hiding behind our shield.
That is to say we're a threat all the time. If we go put missile defenses and say like Poland, they're going to flip out. Like they're going to say that's an offensive tactic to like.
Well,
them in.
I can't hear you because your mic sucks. And so you're going to have to start over.
I'm saying they
Nobody
say
told
that's
until
what
an hour in.
Russia. Yeah, I know, right?
Right.
That's what Russia says. Like whenever we go in there, right, and they put missile defense systems in Poland, they're going to freak out. Or like we do in Turkey, they're going to be like, "No, you're boxing us in." That's
But we're not
aggressive
talking about putting a Golden Dome in Poland. We're talking about doing it for the United States. That's a defensive array. But the fleet, the Golden Fleet or Iron Fleet or whatever we're going to call it, the fleet would be a mostly offensive weapon, right? That you don't use battleships to defend things very often. You go and blow shit up.
You don't really use battleships anymore, period.
Yeah,
True.
battleships are the aircraft carrier made the battleship concept obsolete. Honestly, the idea of the
And actually, I'm sorry,
Trump
Sparky.
class battleship it's more of a missile truck. It's more of an ammo truck than it is a traditional battleship
Yeah.
by thoughts of naval.
Yeah, it's the ammo cart. Hey, but
A VLS
and-
carrier.
So the reality is that we're not even talking necessarily about increasing our big stick of lethality throughout the world by doing these measures, because we already have the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Matter of fact, I think we have the top 4.
Well, we have the top 2. That's with the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy's Air Forces. The U.S. Army's air capabilities are only rotary wing. So I mean, in that category, yes, we do control the top rank there. But if you want to look at it as an Air Force combined, we do have the top 2 Air Forces overall. They really wouldn't count the Army as one. Just saying. And the Marine Corps are.
I think it still has more aircraft than most other countries.
Yes, the Army has more aircraft than the Air Force. And,
I'm just saying, but it's very interesting because we went immediately to, or at least non-smoker went immediately to the offensive. Like, hey, we're going to scare the rest of the world because we put in these defensive measures.
No,
I remain
you're misunderstanding.
unconvinced of this. I don't believe it.
No, he called it a fantasy. Like
misunderstanding.
Oh, you said it's
No,
a
you're
fantasy.
misunderstanding. For Christ's sake,
Okay.
you're misunderstanding.
Okay.
We're investing in a missile defense system because we've already scared the shit out of the rest of the world. I mean, that's been sort of
Obviously not enough, or we
The
wouldn't need
culmination of our no. In fact, that's why you see other powers escalating is in response to what we do. I mean, it's like you guys, it's like you were asleep for the 1990s and the early 2000s or something like that, when American hegemony reigned supreme,
Well,
and
I
we
was-
acted with
out
impunity
there in
wherever
the
the fuck
80s,
we
so.
wanted in the world. It's almost like the Russians and the Chinese and the North Koreans and the Iranians are responding to that, and that's why we need to build a missile defense system. Is because now there's a renewed threat that's the result of our actions.
So we
And-
should have just shared the power and just gave out all the missiles here. Everybody's
No,
equal.
this is what.
equal in
Listen,
density.
what did they do? What did they
Well,
do
what
in the
countries
Cold
has
War?
that
What
worked
did they
for,
do? What did they do in the
non-smoker?
Well, let him
Cold
answer.
War? What
They
did they
lost.
do in the Cold War? Dylan, I'm talking about America. Okay, what did they
okay.
do in the Cold War in response to escalating threat scenarios? They sat down with the Soviets and established diplomacy. Okay, they established diplomacy because it became clear that if the two sides ever engaged in an all-out war, it would be fucking apocalyptic, and they wanted to avoid that. So the approach to foreign policy up until the collapse of the Soviet Union was to, with careful consideration that we can't 100%
But wasn't that because of
trust an
mutually
adversary,
assured
we should-
destruction?
Yeah.
Well, but the
So
Cold
we
War
had to have,
we
we
had
had
to
to have
was
the
a
weapons, right?
But the Cold War was a multi-prong thing where not only did we engage in diplomacy with the Soviet Union, we also did a lot of military research, R&D.
Yeah, we can
developed
do
new weapon
both.
systems.
And we can
Yes,
do
we
both.
can do both. We
Yeah,
can
but
do
we're
both.
not
And nobody's
doing
saying
the
that we
diplomacy
stopped
part,
being
is the problem.
Why are
diplomatic.
you saying we're not doing the diplomacy part?
I would say we're not doing sufficient diplomacy.
Well, that's
I
a
would
completely
definitely argue that.
different
That's
argument. I don't
totally
give a fuck
different
about
right
that
there.
argument. I'm
Yeah,
talking
okay,
about this
fine.
argument.
Okay, fine. If I need to be precise, I should have been precise. My apologies. I don't think we're taking sufficient diplomatic measures with any of our great rivals. You have a fucking president who starts a trade war with China, right? Backs off of it, is doing the whole madman diplomacy thing.
Which, by the
Same
way,
thing
that's
with
working.
Russia and Ukraine, by the way, back and forth with Russia, Ukraine, playing them off of each other. The guy wants a Nobel Peace Prize. That's why he's trying to get these expedient solutions, and then randomly does things out of nowhere. It's almost like he's a fucking idiot, right? And that's a huge
Yeah, except
problem. to have a
China's
fucking
economy
idiot
is
power.
getting fucked over right now. So I mean, that's
China's economy is getting fucked over.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Non-smoker,
What do you?
okay.
Well,
They've been
hold
doing
on,
that
hold on.
for 15 years. China's
literally,
on the edge of collapse.
literally. My wife got back from there on Thursday or Tuesday, and in Beijing, they're moving out of Beijing down to Shanghai because the economy's so bad. What do you? I mean, you talk like you know stuff, but you're just making an assumption.
Dude, you're saying that China's economy is collapsing, and your evidence
It's
is
not
that
I didn't
your
say it's
wife got back
collapsing.
from
He said it's
I
Beijing.
said
Bro.
People
I
are
said
leaving.
Trump's measures are working.
Listen, I'm being nice. You know that whole last panel you called Venezuela?
I
All
did.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk about
I
people
did.
not knowing anything.
Yeah, when I do shit on purpose, I'll claim it,
Venezuela.
and I did.
Let me
I still do
reframe it. All right, let's go. Let's get back here. I saw Dylan. I know you wanted to get in, so yeah, go ahead, Dylan. Go ahead.
Sure, I've had a few things I want to say, but I want to first respond to non-smokers. I think Shock and his colleagues. I sympathize with non-smoker here, right? I'm not going to put no hammer and sickle over my shoulder. So we come from different perspectives. But my sympathy is, I imagine for the last 25 years, he's had to argue with a class of neoconservatives and other right-wing thinkers who argued that what we were bringing to the Middle East, even if self-interested, would bring good things to them, could bring democracy to them, could bring reform to them, could help build up their societies. And now when we're talking about Venezuela, all of the pretense has been ignored. Donald Trump is saying we're running the country, we're taking the oil, it's for the oil, he's being very open about it, and it's Marco Rubio who has to come in afterwards and polish up the scene. So I do think there is an adjustment that's being made of accepting the fact that we're no longer having Condoleezza Rice or George Bush style talks about democratization of these states. We're blatantly talking about going in and gaining control of their natural resources and using their disadvantaged position to enrich ourselves, whether that be with the Ukrainians in between the Russians right now to take their resources, or whether that be the Venezuelans and the fact that we basically want soldiers directly guarding the oil fields because they went from 3 million productions to 1.1 million barrels of production, and that 1.1 barrels is not going to us, they're going to our adversaries. That's why we got involved. And so to see that shift and to just take it at face value, like, oh, it happened, and there's no wait a second, so we're acting as empire when we talk about taking over Greenland, ignoring the locals of these people. We just accept that at face value. There's no self-reflection, something that's been learned in the last 80 years. I mean, we had so many advertisements of crying Native Americans and how sad, oh, don't litter and don't do this to the Native American peoples. And now all of a sudden we'll go and conquer another Native people with no self-reflection. So it's really hard for a lot of people on the left to see this type of behavior from the United States, to see it accepted by a conservative movement that's talked so much about sovereignty and is willing to tread on the sovereignty of other states. And that area, I sympathize with Not Smoker. And the area that I don't is I think if the United States was gone, Russia would invade Ukraine all the same. I think if the United States was gone, China would invade Taiwan all the same. I don't think the presence of the United States would change how these states behave, because Russia has always behaved like that, because that's how the Russians behave. As for like what we should actually do with our defense budget, we need to choose our objectives. And I think we need to choose them wisely. I think that $150 billion dedicated towards an ally like the Ukrainians that goes towards directly decomposing Russian defense capacity is a lot more useful than $175 billion dedicated towards something that is not achievable.
See, I actually like some of the things you said there, Dylan. And I agree with you to a point. Now, where I would differ, of course, is that 150 billion that we're investing in Ukraine. I like better the idea of taking 150 billion and investing it in the United States, doing things like building up our infrastructure, our sensor capability around our borders and things like that. Because where we've spent a lot of our time during the 90s and 2000s worried about the sovereignty of other nations, we've completely neglected our own. So
Sparky, you said earlier that you want to fight them over there, not over here. Right?
I do want to fight them over there, but
that
only
if there
when
is
we
going to be a
have to.
war, we don't want the war in Cali, we don't want the war in Ohio,
No,
we don't want the war in Florida. Now,
right.
this Golden Dome system, this Golden Fleet system, this entire system is meant to counteract, as said in the announcements they put out, in the official announcements, our peer-to-peer competitors, not just rogue states, not just like the random missile launch from Mexico. And so if that's the purpose, is to make it so that Russia and China can't attack us, how is this money better spent in these systems that, again, we've talked about the problems with actually achieving these goals versus $150 billion that directly degraded Russia's ability to invade any country, to take any military action, to do anything against not only America's interests at home, but America's interests abroad. So if that's the goal of this, why is the money better spent in something that we all agree it can achieve?
Well, so I don't know if it actually can achieve that. One of the deals with the Venezuelan invasion that a lot of people aren't really talking about, the fact that the Chinese, there was Chinese diplomatic team down there the night that the invasion and the ultimate kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro happened. Why were they there? Well, it could be that they were talking about installing a ballistic system that could reach the Panama Canal from Venezuela.
That's a big.
There is a big if. There is a big if there.
Yeah, I mean, but
is it the biggest if we've ever heard?
Well, there's a
But
naval
hold on,
blockade around the
hold
country.
on. There's more to it. Okay, the way I connect these lines is the companies that actually controlled the entrance and exit of both sides of the Panama Canal happen to both be Chinese, and that's why Donald Trump came out and said, "We'll take back the Panama Canal." And amazingly enough, BlackRock happened to acquire those properties immediately, still remaining control under the Panamanians, but the entrance and exits of them are now controlled under U.S. companies.
Sparky, do you know why that's important?
It's about national security and everything else, and
because they don't want
that canal to the U.S. Navy.
They're trying to reduce the They're trying to reduce the potential for someone to sink a ship in one of the locks of the Panama Canal, blow the bottom out of it.
I understand where like non-smoker and I was against the capture of Nicolas Maduro myself.
Which, by the way, wouldn't require an army. It wouldn't require a big deal. It would just require a bunch of idiots that get together and say, "Hey, you know what we can really do for our nation? That'll be awesome, and we'll be heroes. We'll be heroes to the Bolivian empire that doesn't fucking exist. But we can blow up a boat in the middle of the Panama Canal and stop traffic through it for weeks while they fuck that shit up."
And now the Navy and now the U.S. Navy to transfer from the Atlantic to the Pacific Fleet areas, it's going to take them, instead of 4 hours to go through the canal, it's now going to take them a week and a half to traverse around South America.
Just tactical. That's all.
Yeah, it's a huge. Can I just establish this quick and then I'll let Dylan go? It is a massive massive, massive assumption, reach, whatever you want to call it, that Chinese diplomats who, by the way, China's relationship with Venezuela is pretty beneficial to China in one simple way. Venezuela, which is an extremely poor country, basically they give China extremely cheap oil in return for loans, which the Chinese know that they can't pay them back. And then a bunch of, they call them teapot refineries in China, little ones. They go and refine cheap Venezuelan crude as well. Okay, that's really the basis of their relationship. Venezuela falling for China,
As far as you know.
it hurts them, but it's not devastating. So the idea that the Chinese were down there to plan to build a ballistic missile system, first of all, ridiculous on its face, and second of all, why would they be doing that when all eyes of the U.S. military are fixated on Venezuela?
Well,
why
why
is
is
that
that
ridiculous?
why is that ridiculous whenever we know they have their top of the line like air defense systems right there, like radars and stuff, and we had
they were Russian in Venezuela. The air defense systems were Russian.
Were they, or the Chinese?
Yeah, they were Russian.
Well, there was a mixture of
Russian.
Russian and Chinese. There's also Iranian drones that were being flown over there. Look, they're all part of the BRICS. It's not just an economic deal. They also trade.
The Venezuelans probably couldn't even afford to purchase Chinese ballistic missile systems. It would have to be China.
The dictator. Venezuela was one of the richest countries in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, but they're not right now. You're saying that a Chinese diplomat being down there is evidence that they may have been building a ballistic missile system?
Look, it's very simple. As a foreign superpower, you go to a poorer country, you allow us to place these here, we'll help you this way.
Dude, this is the American
all the time.
This is the American perspective. The Chinese don't arbitrarily build ballistic missile systems in other countries just for the fuck of it, just in case.
Why do you think they're colonizing?
If China wanted to build a ballistic missile system off of the Chinese,
isn't there like some group of
several other options other than Venezuela, which is surrounded by a U.S. Navy blockade? It makes no fucking sense.
Let me get Dylan in here since he was waiting here. Go ahead, Dylan.
So I just look, the idea of trying to building a ballistic missile system in Venezuela is interesting, almost as if a modern Cuban Missile Crisis, except I guess you'd call it the Caracas Crisis. I think that rolls off the tongue good enough.
I like that.
It's something similar to the fact that we had certain missiles set up in Turkey, which was a concern to the Soviets. I just don't. I find this unlikely. It's not impossible. I could see a Chinese game plan of, well, if they're going to threaten us at home, we need to threaten them at home. And I could see the logic being played out. But all of the problems that Non-Smoker brought up of monitoring. Right now, America has basically every intelligence eye on the planet operating in the country. The CIA openly operates in the country. We definitely have informants within the armed services. Trying to hide something like this from the United States would be exceptionally difficult. And if we did find it out, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump would be shouting about it from the rooftops. I'm pretty sure he would immediately declassify this report saying China's coming in Latin America. This justifies my Don Road doctrine completely 100%. This is a national security priority of the United States. Now, maybe this is true and Trump is keeping his mouth shut because he's always been one to be humble. But I think that there's a possibility that it's not true. And Sparky, I do want to say, you just talked at the start of the show about we don't want to fall for like the same type of Iraq lies. One of the things that Dick Cheney said is that we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. And if we're talking about ballistic missile systems that we don't even know if exist or if there were ever plans for, we don't want to treat that in the same way.
So I'm just looking at the possibilities and connecting the dots with what we've seen over the past year of the Trump administration. And I'm not stating by any means that they were planning on putting a ballistic missile system, but when you look at what was going on with the Panama Canal and now the connection with the Chinese connection with Venezuela and the BRICS nations, the selling of defense equipment to Venezuela,
the Chinese connection with Venezuela is the fact that they have relations. That's the connection.
Yeah.
Is that they
he also captured him.
If I may,
they had a meeting with like 4 hours beforehand, and they captured him right after the meeting. I mean, clearly it's a message. But go ahead.
Yeah, Sparky, if I may, I don't think it's ridiculous at all. I disagree with Non-Smoker because it's not like they didn't do it in Turkmenistan when they went over and they took all that land away from who are they again? Oh, the Uyghurs. Yeah, they go there. They put them in internment camps. Maybe you've heard of them.
God, dude.
And
This is so
what they
ridiculous.
did is they said, "Hey, we want to build some fucking military bases here,"
Yeah.
and they disagreed. And you know what they did? They did it fucking anyway. So they might do the same damn thing in Venezuela because you know why? Because
That's
it's a
mainland
shit
China.
ton of money for all the fucking loans we made. You
Yeah,
dumb
the
fuck.
difference is that's mainland China.
They-
One is
because both are hard.
If you recognize that as part of China or not, that's in Central Asia. Venezuela is in Latin America. There's a huge gulf between these two locations.
Sure.
And just
Why
transport.
have
Well,
both?
the thing is, in those areas, in where the Uyghurs live, trying to hide a construction effort would be a lot easier in a surveillance state that you control. Trying to take a ballistic missile system, transport it across the Pacific Ocean, through either south of South America or through the Panama Canal, then into Venezuela, then set up that system, all without being spotted by the United States or having any cable intercepted by the United States, is a little bit more difficult.
It's tough.
Yeah, but it's not impossible, right?
It's not impossible. I mean,
yeah, they already have.
I don't think it's impossible.
Hold on,
but
it's
we don't
not-
think
I'm just saying, you guys look.
just
Oh my
vague
God.
The reason I
possibility
say
of
that,
it.
the
It's
reason I
I'm
like
just
say
saying
that,
that
China was
Sparky's
good-
not
Can we just-
necessarily
can we just-
wrong.
can we
You
just-
you
if China
you
was-
hand wave Sparky's entire theory, and I'm like,
Oh my
no,
God.
there's potential for that to actually be the truth.
Can One question: why wouldn't have China have done this prior to the whole Trump naval blockade and all that? If they were intent on doing this,
I don't have any idea about other political
when
societies.
you look at it, when
well,
you
then
look
stop
at it-
talking about fucking China.
Well, right now, China is working on building one of the largest navies in the world. In fact, they have more ships than the U.S. Navy currently. The only problem is they're still not a blue water navy. Okay, the deal is they will get there. Now, our strongest and most near peer competitor, which I actually don't believe the Chinese are a peer at this moment, are the Chinese. I think they are a bigger threat to America because we also depend on them for manufacturing and things like that. We saw during the COVID lockdowns, things that American companies paid for were confiscated by the Chi-Coms and held away from Americans, things like masks, things like that. What stops China from taking our money? Yes, we will use our cheap slave labor to build your widgets and whatnot, and not give it to you because we deem it necessary for our own personal defense. What Donald Trump is doing overall, as far as I see it, is he's trying to bring more manufacturing, more industry to America, make ourselves more self-sufficient. We have seen a lot of problems over the past 15, 20 years easily with the reduction of manufacturing in America. Little things like this. Like I said, a lot of military research leads to other advances in technology, such as medical and things like that. If we actually started, and Dylan, you mentioned relying on European shipbuilders because they are the best in the world, and you are absolutely right, they are the best in the world. However, we do have a law states that we cannot assemble military equipment in foreign lands because of, even if they are allies, there are still classifications that are, it's called non-foreign, where no foreign individuals can even have knowledge of the stuff. When I worked in units where we had Canadians flying with us, when I worked with the AWACS, there was intelligence briefings that our Canadian people who were going to be flying in the same mission could not even attend because they didn't have the proper clearance because they were foreign nationals. So when you look at defense industries and things like that, like the KC-46, the America's new premier tanker that they have built that is garbage. Like 90% of the parts are actually currently manufactured in China. However, because it is assembled in America, it's considered legal. So these are the kind of games you got to play when you're talking about the defense industry. Just to throw that out
Okay,
there.
I'm gonna try to trigger a little bit of sorry, I'm so used to calling you Sparky. What's your new
You're
name?
fine.
Vio,
Jason, man.
Pax
Jason.
Romana, what was it?
Just call
Jason.
Vox Populi. Vox Populi
Vox
1788
Populi,
is
of course.
voice of the people. I like it. But
Mother's maiden name?
yeah, you know. But no, I'm Jason, man. You've known me as Jason for a while.
I'm going to use a word. I mean, I don't want to trigger your PTSD too much, but the Constellation series of ships is one example of American defense procurement disaster, where we were supposed to build about like 20 ships. We're still in the process of building 2. It was supposed to cost about 1.1 billion, and now both of the ships we're going to actually end up building are going to cost about 25 billion dollars each if you scale up the whole program. And the fact that we're not that's all it ended up in doing is producing 2 ships when it should have
And
produced
that is
20.
because the
Now,
U.S. Navy tries to put too much equipment on a one ship. That's the problem we're seeing with the Arleigh Burke class
what's
ship.
interesting about that program, though, Sparky, is that original base design was a European design. We actually
Yes, it
took
was. It was
something
actually
over
very
from
good.
Europe. We brought it over, and then we started putting on stuff towards our own ends. Of course, the via,
Okay.
the vertical launch systems and everything else you would expect in a modern system, but we added other things, and then our process was tremendously slow. If what you're saying about China is true, Sparky, that we're truly in a naval race, that they're building ships which is true, at a rate that's much faster than us,
Yes, very much so.
we're going to have to work with the Europeans on this, whether
I
it's just
agree.
R&D, whether it is in finding a way to make it legal for us to construct it on the European continent, or getting European laborers to come over and work in the United States and building ships in this country. If we're talking about building 90% of our ship in China before bringing it over here, it's much better for 90% of the ship to be built in Europe before bringing it over
agree.
here,
I'm not
especially if the
disagreeing with
main
you
threat that's being prepared against is the Chinese. The problem is that our administration is openly hostile towards European defense industry right now, and Europeans are currently considering other options, whether it has to do with Greenland. I mean, the topic of Ukraine, of course, keeps coming up, but the topic of Greenland is a real sore spot for this alliance right now, and I think we could end up weakening our defense cooperation because they're worried about being caught on the hook with a country that they think that their defense interests are splitting with them. They're no longer aligned with them.
Yeah. So when it comes to things like Greenland, I don't really support the rhetoric coming out of the Trump administration regarding Greenland. I
Did you
think
hear
it's,
the $100,000 payments they would have make the Greenlanders to convince them to be Americans?
yeah, it just
I'm
sounds
moving
like
to Greenland.
Unironically, I am significantly more okay with every Greenlander getting 100K and us getting that fucking land than us doing any kind of welfare program.
look. I can see the strategic. I see the strategic
Personally.
value.
Diplomacy
I see
at
the
work.
strategic value of Greenland, and I'm the guy on the panel that has made the joke, "Make North America America for once." It's really not a joke. It is my vision for American supremacy. One country, one continent. Let's fucking go. But the reality of it is, the rhetoric coming out of the Trump administration regarding Greenland is too hostile. And non-smoker would probably like this. It is not diplomatic. Now, non-smoker earlier was talking about engaging in more diplomacy. One of the questions that I have for him specifically would be, what does that look like?
Wait,
And
you're
after that,
asking
I want
me?
to come back to something else said. Yeah.
Sorry, you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are you
'Cause
asking me? I apologize.
You came out with the statement that America needs to engage in less militarism and more diplomacy.
Right.
I'm not against more diplomacy. I want to know what that looks like. What is the non-smoker prescription
Look,
for
it's
American
totally
diplomacy?
impractical question for me to resolve every diplomatic issue. Of course I don't have the answer.
I wanna
But what
see-
I can suggest is not going down the current route, right? And the current route, it's all laid out in the national security strategy. I mean, Dylan kind of pointed this out, and like, to be honest, I don't know enough about European shipbuilding to say whether or not we should work with the Europeans or not. Let me just take him at his word, right? For example, it's not just Greenland. If you look at the national security strategy, it basically excoriates Europe, European leadership, and it's basically a pretense for us to gradually pivot our way away from NATO, right? And I think there are many people within the Trump administration that look at NATO as a big money sink. We should get out of there, leave the Europeans to fend for themselves. Honestly, I have my own issues with this idea of like this Russia that's trying to take over the world. I don't really believe in that. At the same time, does it make sense for us to turn away from our European allies completely? It sounds like a bad idea, right? I think you could have a diplomatic dialogue with Russia and continue supporting Europe. That's one example. I think
fair
that
enough.
I think
I
that
do want, for the record, though, you can also bomb the Russians and have a diplomatic relationship with the Europeans.
all right,
as well.
True.
that's a terrible idea. But look, so going into China, right?
Bomb everybody.
Engaging
Bombs for everyone.
in a trade war with China is a ridiculous idea. And, especially with no real concrete plan to build up America's industrial base and bring manufacturing back here, we're basically just cutting off our nose to spite our face and then pussying out every single time, straining diplomatic relations with really our only true rival, I would say, economically anyway. In the Middle East, our complete allegiance to Israel, just unquestionably allowing them to expand at will, act with impunity in Lebanon, Syria, Gaza. It's been, I would argue, catastrophic in the short term in the Middle East. Now, some of you guys probably disagree with me there, but I think that establishing this hostile relationship with Iran has been terrible. Ever since the moment that we ripped up the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, or the American participation in it, that's accelerated problems in the Middle East. I think that the route we're going is bad. Let me just put it that way. And I think that there's probably more practical solutions to all of this stuff than we realize. But the problem is many people view the United States government as a giant money siphoning project where they just can redirect these trillions of dollars into, their friends' pockets, right? And I know that sounds very vulgar and very unrefined, and it's not a deep analysis, but look at the money, follow the money. Where are all these military contracts going to? It's these, tech companies and weapons manufacturers who supported the Trump administration, or supported Trump coming around the second time. It's not that complicated. I'm just against cronyism, and I would have thought right-wingers, small government right-wingers would be with me on that, and you guys aren't. It makes no fucking sense.
I want to come back.
I don't actually.
Go ahead. But I want to come back to something y'all said just a little bit ago, and I think we can argue about whether this will actually make cronyism or not. So we just talked about maybe them putting ballistic missile system in Venezuela. Well, I just did a little research right now, and Venezuela is 763 miles to Panama. Texas is 773 miles or 778 miles. So when I'm looking at this going, oh, okay, it's less than the size of Texas. I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't build the ballistic missile system. What they would do is they would just go get they'd give the weapons to the cartel, or they would have Hezbollah, which we know is there, and then they would go build the weapons there, and then they would launch it. That's what they do. I'm pretty sure I could build a rocket that can hit a target 800 miles away, and I don't have any kind of savviness at all.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if I would hit it. I would hit it. Maybe if I hit a football field.
They don't run on cocaine.
Have you ever considered that it doesn't benefit China to hit America with a ballistic missile, and that's why they would never do that?
No, but what would help China is if, a cartel accidentally decided they were going to blow up the Panama Canal, and then they're going to become the global trade
power. How would that
power.
benefit China? They still direct trade through there.
They don't put that much there. I think they're less than 1% of trade.
The potential to open up trade in the future when Trump is out of the White House.
Yeah, but they haven't done that for the last 100 years.
China's trying to increase its foothold in Latin America.
I'm going to actually.
Why would they do something to engage in any kind of a militaristic action to help Venezuela do what? Kill a few Americans? Or it's like China. Listen, guys, I know China. You want to talk Uyghurs, Taiwan, whatever. You guys think they're slave society, all this crazy shit. They're a very pragmatic country when it comes to a lot of diplomatic things. That's why they don't engage in foreign wars. And I'm not saying that they're perfect. And
I'm actually going to agree with
authoritarian tendencies and all of that kind of stuff. I agree with that. But China's not invading other countries. They're not developing ballistic missile systems to strike America. This is fucking insane.
When was China's last war? Wasn't it about 50 years ago, right? Their last war that they participated in? Something around there, 50, 60 years ago or so. Yeah. Well, my question to you, I know you guys
really
was that an own, dude? I mean, you're just building my case for me.
Hold on.
Hold on. I'm not debating with you.
Hold on. Let
I apologize. Make your point.
Okay, calm down, man. I know, chill out. No, but I was gonna say when it comes to China, their last war was around 50, 60 years ago or so. I was gonna say you mentioned earlier you were talking about the Navy fleet of China. Do you believe China actually has a better Navy than the United States?
I mean, they do again, I would yield to the experts who say they don't.
That they don't. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. I thought you were the one that said it. I think somebody else
No.
then said
No,
that.
I don't think
No,
anybody
can I
said they have a
To be
better.
fair, they can
China's
get a
No, I
Navy.
think someone
rowboat.
earlier said
Yeah,
that China is
yeah.
building more ships than the United States.
Yeah, they
That's
are building more ships.
Even
Okay.
that's
That's
Okay.
but they're bad. They're not particularly good ships. So I'm actually
Yeah,
going to
that's what I was
support
gonna make the
something
point.
that non-smoker is saying here. I don't think so. One of the things about America is that we need the boogeyman. Our politicians require a boogeyman for the populace to get behind and rail behind and donate money and do all of the things and elect politicians to do different things. And right now, China's the boogeyman, right? I agree with him on that. My wife's Chinese, and I've been to China. I own property there. I really don't want to see it bombed, so please hold off until I sell it. And just saying. But
Your wife's the boogeyman in the relationship, Grid?
no.
That's a Chinese agent confirmed. We got it.
Chinese.
I sent you maybe I didn't. Anyway, at the end of the day, I don't disagree that it's probably factually accurate that China is not attempting to currently build a missile system in Venezuela. However, the reality is that there is a version where that could happen. That that is something that could happen. And as a part of national security, there is some level of, there's some people out there right now at the CIA who are like, yeah, they probably did that. Or, they're far more paranoid than me, far more paranoid than any of us sitting here. And that's what they get paid to do. And that's okay. I don't mind that. I'm not saying that Sparky's right. I just said what Sparky proposed is possible. I'm not going to hand wave it out of existence, right? Like, it is entirely possible that there are bad actors that want to build a missile base.
You're losing.
And it doesn't
me.
have
You're
to be
saying
the Chinese. It could be some other group. And China, just because the Chinese diplomats were there the day before, it could be completely irrelevant. I'm just not. And I actually agree. Sorry.
Listen, Trump. Do you really think Trump's that settled? Oh yeah, it just happened to be there. Come on, man. Like,
I don't. All I know is that
I think actually
that he did it on the same day the Chinese met them.
They
Just out of
did.
coincidence.
They did months, dude. They did months of logistical planning on this, and they struck at the best possible time. And I think it's entirely possible that just so happened to be when Chinese diplomats were there.
I could say that.
I think I read. I could be mistaken. I think I read that they actually had to delay the attack for like a week because of weather conditions, right? So it could, you know what I mean? Like, it's not. If you wanted to say, here's a good conspiracy that makes sense, it's to send a subtle message to the Chinese. That I could buy.
Or at least
the idea that the Chinese are planning to
I
build
think
a missile
that's true.
system. Come on.
I mean, this seems much more related to Trump's declaration. I mean, you can look at the national security strategy, and a lot of times you shouldn't take too much from it, because usually a national security strategy is just, here is a big wish list of things that I like. True. But in this one, it's pretty clear that the United States essentially is reasserting the Monroe Doctrine in an aggressive manner, because the president cares about undocumented immigration and stopping it completely, and being able to control foreign capitals helps you control the flow of people, and also drug smuggling. But that's not it, as the president has made clear with the oil in Venezuela, as Venezuela holds some of the largest oil reserves in the world, right next to Guyana, which then makes even of a larger amount. And Venezuela did have expansionist claims on Guyana and was talking about them as of recent.
And,
well, hey, actually, I'm glad you brought that back up. I want to go back to this with the oil thing. I meant to bring this up earlier when y'all were talking about it, but I am almost, I know for me, I'm kind of an imperialist when it comes to America, but when I'm sitting here hearing these things, I find it refreshing that they're just saying it's for the oil, as opposed to, like, I grew up in the Bush era where he's like, yeah, we're going to bring democracy. And then, they're over there like, oh yeah, we got the oil kickbacks. Like, I kind of like it that he's like, I'm taking.
Looks like they need a little democracy.
Is it refreshing or is it scary? Is it because
it's both?
I understand that. I like the fact that before people would use other things as a smokescreen around what they're really interested in. But that didn't change here, did it? I mean, Donald Trump talking about this was about drug smuggling into the United States. No, it wasn't. It didn't really have anything to do with drug smuggling, but it was used as a smokescreen for other interests that the president of the United States had to a certain Venezuela. So the general calculation hasn't changed. It's just that they've changed the smokescreen from democracy to drug smuggling. That's it.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Dylan. Actually,
then they
I do
could
believe
do
it's about the oil. However, if we go into the midterms, we actually win the midterms. And if Donald Trump decides to go into Mexico and take out the cartel the way he actually promised, that would be more so about the drugs, since I believe Mexico controls around
Mexico would make more
17%
of drugs.
of the
Venezuela
drugs.
a
Yeah,
lot less because the
a lot
routes
less.
they were taking.
I would agree with that. I would
largely
agree
went
with
to
that.
Europe.
I would agree with that,
Well-
but I do believe that because Trump did run on that, and he did cast them as terrorist organization. So if he does go into these next couple years, and he does go into Mexico to take out the drug cartels, which I think the Mexican government's going to have a problem with that. I think that's also a big component there. But he is using the drugs, let's be honest, to get the oil. But I think it kills two things as a message towards the drug, the drug cartels over there in Mexico, and I hope he does it there. And I think,
But I do.
would you
I
be
wanna
in
say
agreement with
the reason
that?
It scares me though. Isn't just the reason it scares me is I do want a president of the United States that cares about democracy when deciding the future of 35, 45, or however many millions of people. Because right now it seems like the president of the United States is perfectly willing to work with the Venezuelan vice president, who, if they are saying they're illegitimate, Maduro, she's as illegitimate as Maduro. Maduro's son was there swearing her into the office.
I
They
would
don't care about the future of the Venezuelan
Okay, well, at the same time, he doesn't. I don't know if he,
and purely just about the interests of the resources and the other things related to our interests in the region. Nothing to do with the people.
I
want to
kind of agree with Dylan here, because it was a complete reversal. Trump said, I won't work with her. I don't, that's not acceptable to put her in. And then he kind of reversed on that and recanted and said, oh yeah, she's fine.
yeah, but also
let me throw another
Machado.
thing in here. Let me
You
just
said
throw
he
one
went
other
to
thing in here.
Machado.
If we're going to turn it loose again. But I just read earlier today, the new conspiracy is that yes, oil's the big one, but the second reason, and the reason why you made them a cartel, is because Venezuela allegedly has double the amount of crypto stashed that we do. And so they would get this and they want to add it to our crypto reserves. That's and they can do this because it's under the president. And so if they charge him with crimes, they can seize it under U.S. law. Or do we think that has any merit to it, or is that just?
No.
I mean, it's not a commodity. And anyone who
I mean,
thinks it is an
I
idiot.
can lay out the three reasons if you give me a
Crypto
minute.
is not a commodity.
oil, and what's the other two?
So oil, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Dylan mentioned that they're keeping Delcy Rodriguez in power. There's a whole article in the Financial Times about this, that she was essentially the hand-chosen successor. She's someone who the Trump administration thinks is pragmatic, practical. She actually helped sustain Venezuela's oil industry under sanctions. They think that she's a great fit. Allegedly, she's willing to allow American oil companies back into the Orinoco. I never know if I say it right. Orinoco Basin. So the idea, is to bring American companies back in and start drilling. There's complications to that. We talked about that in the last panel. Venezuela's oil is very heavy. A lot of these American oil companies actually expect billions of dollars in compensation from being kicked out in the first place, but we'll see. That's part of it. The second part of it, you guys are kind of right. It is about alienating China. It's not that this is going to devastate China, but it's about slowly pushing China out of the continent, right? That's why we're also supporting right-wing populists, Javier Milei, et cetera, Bukele, right? We like this whole movement of pivoting away from China and Latin America because it's bringing our hemisphere closer to us. And then the last component, Dylan mentioned this also, it's in the national security strategy, it's immigration. We would love a deal with a new Venezuelan government where they will potentially agree to allow us to deport lots of Venezuelan immigrants into Venezuela. That's what it's about. It's those three things. And in all likelihood, Delcy Rodriguez, I highly recommend everybody read that article, Financial Times. I can't remember the title, but it's about Delcy Rodriguez.
Do you have the link to that?
I'll post it. But
yeah,
basically, The idea of this is that the Trump administration and Marco Rubio, they're banking on the fact that Delcy Rodriguez will work with them on all of those issues, especially the oil.
Yeah,
and yeah.
No, I was just
I-
going to say, I don't think the Trump administration really gives a shit who's in power as long as they work with them. So if Delcy Rodriguez actually does do that, then it would make sense to kind of work with the next one in power. At the end of the day, who are you going to put into that position prior before any type of regime change actually happens? Like, who would be a better fit for that? But yeah, I mean, I would say the Trump administration doesn't really give a shit as long as they cooperate.
Nor should they.
Yeah, nor should they, to be honest.
So I do just want to throw out there that the Venezuelan military is like 100,000. There's like 100,000 men in the military. Then there's the colectivos, which are like the militias that are on top of that. You've got like 130 something tanks. I don't remember how many aircraft, but about 34 ships, right? So what we did here is we didn't do regime change in the typical sense. We did presidential change. Regime change, the rest of the regime's still there.
I understand what you're saying.
It's
Yeah,
not like we
course.
went in there and we changed up the whole government, and now in like 3 weeks there's going to be, like a liberal democratic election and everything's going to be fantastic. It isn't going to be rigged. None of that's happening. I mean, even the Venezuelan vice president isn't following their own constitution where they're supposed to have elections within 30 days, and that's not happening.
And they rig them too, so doesn't matter.
Maduro as the incumbent, even though that man is never coming back. So it seems like there's no progression in that direction. And so there's a complete abandonment by the administration, I think, of democratic achievement, because they look at that army, they looked at Chavismo is not dead, and they say, if we were to topple the entire regime, that could mean more people actually fleeing the country if it does not stabilize. If instead gangs, militia, the remnants of the armed forces started fighting over the ruins, that means more displacement of people, more refugees to the United States, and one of Trump's top issues becomes a bigger issue in the negative. He's already losing polling on the immigration issue right now. You add a wave of humans coming to the United States on top of that, which, I mean, I remember the migrant convoys that were being put on TV during the Biden administration. Do you think the media will be so kind to Donald Trump and not put those migrant convoys as on top rating news? As Trump says, zero illegals into the United States. And then the camera shows people jumping over the fence, clearly not zero. He wants to avoid that situation. And so I think that might be a bigger priority than democracy in Venezuela to the Trump administration.
Wait, hold on.
No, but I would also agree with that, though. Like I prefer domestic policies of that over any of the foreign aspects as well. Like I get you, during the Biden administration when the caravans were coming in, the media totally downplayed that completely. Back to your point, if Donald Trump actually goes about it when it comes to immigration, and we do have these people coming in, yeah, I would say he's not going to get the same love from the media as well. So I would say that. But Gibbs, I'm sorry I interrupted you. I just want to say that.
Well, I was just going to say, I almost might think it might be the opposite. Say this. Now, I agree with your assessment of like leaving the leadership in charge, but pure hypothetical. Let's just say it falls into chaos and a giant migrant convoy of like, I don't know, 1 million people starts coming up. I almost think that if they got to the border and then the border was just like completely shut, Trump would be like, I did it. Like that almost might be a win.
Yeah,
like,
but Gibbs, what if it isn't? What if the entirety of the U.S. border isn't as closed down as Donald Trump wants to necessarily think, or is being implied? Because a lot of times it's about the aesthetic. It's about the image you send. If people think it's tough to get to the United States, then maybe they don't try.
Well, that's deterrence.
In a position where they have no option because they think if they stay back at home, they're going to get torn apart by machine guns or bombs or the Civil War, or they have no food, and then they go and then they find, hey, there's a hole there, there's a hole there, there's a hole there, and footage of that gets out. It gets shared on Telegram, which is how that shit usually gets spread around.
It's a little bit risky.
Then it's a little different.
Well, but Greg, you looked like you were saying something.
I was just in response to non-smoker and Dylan. The other day, I was actually joking that Trump was actually going to annex Venezuela and make it American soil so that we didn't have to deport anybody. We could legally just relocate the illegal immigrants to America light.
You mean like blue states?
Look, I will actually state this. I'm actually glad the fact that we're not forcing Western democracy on Venezuela. We are allowing them some sovereignty in the way that they govern themselves. I don't like the choice of allowing this the VP to take control, but hey, also I don't want to tell other people, other countries, other cultures how to live. It hasn't worked. for multiple decades. We tried doing it in the Middle East, didn't work out all so well. The only place everyone points to is Germany, South Korea, and Japan, but those were cultures that were close enough to be more amicable to these ideals, where doing it over in the Middle East, where they're still in the Stone Age in a lot of things and mostly retarded due to inbreeding, it's unacceptable.
Facts.
Okay, democracy is not compatible with their culture, and in a lot of the South American cultures, democracy is not necessarily compatible with their culture either, and we should not force those ideals onto people and allow them to sovereignty.
We're just going to let that one go. I guess. I don't know.
I'm just looking confused about
Venezuela was
Japan
a
and
democracy
Korea.
until 2002. Right after Hugo Chavez, after the attempted coup against Hugo Chavez, and then they tried to the coups tried to abolish the legislative branch, so that the coup failed because the public didn't support it because they didn't want that. After that, Hugo Chavez then tightened his grip on power, and democracy past that point in Venezuela basically faded away. Right? There is a history of democratic tradition in Venezuela. There are people alive today in Venezuela who have had democracy. The idea that it's just like an idea that's just too difficult for them to comprehend. They're just a little slow, and they just don't get. No, that's not true. There is a history of democratic tradition in
Latin
Venezuela.
America is closer than Japan and South Korea.
South America,
democracies all over Latin America.
South America and the Hispanic community has been pushing more towards socialism over the past 30 or 40 years than any other group in the world.
How do you explain the right-wing
You should be happy about that
in Latin America? How do you explain the right-wing populists?
Because in some of those countries, they've rejected it.
That's why would I explain it?
They've rejected
those countries. What?
I mean, where is the pink wave even left in Latin America? I mean, you've got Cuba, which has been like that for forever. You have Venezuela, which is actively in crisis. I mean, Cuba's kind of in crisis too. And then you've got Lula in Brazil, who isn't exactly Fidel Castro. I mean, like, what else? Who else? Where's this gigantic communistic wave in Latin America?
I'm just saying.
I would say yes. What about in Chile? They elected Jose Antonio Cast. You know, there's like memes about him being the new Pinochet. It's like, dude, it's in your imagination.
Literally a supporter of Pinochet.
Yeah, it's in your imagination that Latin America is this like haven for socialism. If anything, it's quite the opposite. It's pushing in the right-wing direction. Now, maybe an authoritarian right-wing direction.
Well, hold on.
But it is a right-wing direction.
I kind of disagree with y'all on this take. I mean, I think that they're like y'all are both right and you're both wrong, right? Like all of South America, especially South America, like since like what Bolivar back in the day, they've always had some left-leaning slant. Oh my God, I'm zooming in. Slants to them. Right?
I love that.
But
thing.
like, yeah, it hates me though. But anyway, they've always had some. But they believe in like some of these things like social welfare. They like have a lot of like sort of things like that. And I think that's what a lot of like Americans,
dude.
Sure, but I think like Americans in general think when they hear that they go, liberals, and then like are lefties, commies, socialists.
That's a problem with America. That's a problem with America.
And they do have some support during the Cold War where they had like the communistas fighting. I think a lot of countries had that. But what really like I think like helps y'all stay on the other side here is that the cartels killed all the commies, and then the commies are dying off. Like if there's any left, it's Cuba. I mean that's really it. And like you know, I mean Colombia used to have a big communist group, and now you know the cartels killed all those guys. So I don't know that the commies really are a threat in South America anymore. Like I don't know.
I do want to respond to one other thing that Aircraft Sparky said about, you know, we're allowing them a little bit of sovereignty. You either have sovereignty or you don't really have sovereignty.
Yeah,
that's
kind of
how it works. Because if we decide we don't like your president because of oil, but it's not, it doesn't have to do with this issue. That's not saying you still have sovereignty over this issue. That's you have sovereignty on that issue until we would have decided that we didn't care about your sovereignty on that issue. We're allowing them sovereignty on issue. We don't care about the bus schedule in Caracas.
Yeah, but isn't that how like the entire world works though, Dylan?
You know, what people's laws on gay marriage. None of that matters to us. We care about the things that are of interest to us, and those are the issues of sovereignty that tend to matter. Nobody's worried that China's going to come here and tell us how to run our bus schedule. People talk about like China buying up farms and stuff. There's issues of sovereignty that matter, and there's issues of sovereignty, but it's still sovereignty. There's no sovereignty if you go in and you do this, Sparky. It's not. We didn't allow them any sovereignty.
Well, I didn't say allow them some sovereignty. Yes, I honestly the superpower.
This is no sovereignty.
Hemisphere, okay, cool.
Especially if we also say that the government's illegitimate.
The superpower in the hemisphere determines what they allow in their neighborhood. That's just
Can I ask you a question on that point? Can I ask you a question on that point?
Sure.
So, okay, let's put Russia aside for a second.
Okay.
Would you say that China is the real superpower in Asia?
I would state that China is the de facto
Yeah, they are, dude.
superpower. Yes.
Unquestioned, yeah. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
based on your logic, is it okay for China to take Taiwan?
I mean, if they can do it, I don't support. I actually don't support us defending Taiwan.
Okay,
So,
great.
Yeah.
So we agree, but let me pretend we don't, just for the sake of argument.
I'm here too.
So
If you want.
do you see why that might potentially create a problem, right, for the world, right? Where now you're encouraging great powers to act with impunity and just absorb all the territory they possibly can.
I hate to break this to you, but that's been the U.S. foreign policy for at least 50 or 60 years.
No,
we have
trust
been the
me,
people
I'm aware of that.
operating without impunity. So
What I'm suggesting is that that's created scenarios like what you're seeing with Russia in Eastern Europe, right? And China, to this point, hasn't demonstrated that they're committed to an aggressive policy like that. But a lot of people are concerned about Taiwan.
I'm
Now,
pretty sure the
here's an
Taiwanese
interesting
have
twist to
something to say
this.
about
So
that.
if you're okay with that, shouldn't then we cut down the size of our navy, since a majority of
No.
its presence could be used to justify defending
No, because
Taiwan?
I want a navy capable of defending all U.S. coastlines
Don't you
simultaneously.
think that a big motivation for us building a massive fucking navy is to set up some sort of, like, I don't know, coercive measure towards China and Taiwan to not encroach on Taiwanese sovereignty? That's kind of the idea.
Well, that is actually part of the strategy of why they want to build up a bigger fleet. However, that is not the motivations that have me supporting the idea. My deal
Okay,
is to
sorry.
be able to project our power when needed abroad and still be able to defend the homeland.
Why would we need to project our power abroad if we're just staying within our own hemisphere? Do you mean just project our power within our own hemisphere?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a big world, buddy, and in our hemisphere, for us to project power within our hemisphere, we do need ships to be able to go abroad and do that. That would be going, quote unquote, overseas and still have a sizable defensive force for the homeland.
Right.
So-
I guess what I'm suggesting is what you're proposing here, probably without realizing it, is a scenario where great powers have expansionist policies and they invest more and more and more into defense. And in the process, they inevitably reach a point where their encroachments approach one another. And then there is an all-out conflict,
That's
which is
already
something
happening.
I oppose, and I would think you oppose too.
Already happening. We see that going on currently in the continent of Africa. We also see that
But China, okay, so just in the sake of Taiwan, China hasn't taken Taiwan yet.
No, they haven't, but they've also surrounded the island, performed naval blockades, done air superiority.
all of the
Everything
Okay,
but
all right,
taking
all right.
it, which would imply a hesitation in taking it.
There's
Well, the
okay,
reason for that is
hold on.
The
All
reason
of
for
the
that is it would be
Taiwanese military
catastrophic
ships.
yes,
for
exactly.
Taiwan
Well,
and China.
All of the Taiwanese
ahead.
military ships are captained by Chinese captains. They're all part of the Chinese military.
And
Wow.
honestly,
Wait,
the
are
reason why China hasn't acted on Taiwan is a simple logistical issue of how are they going to get the troops across the Dylan, you're a little bit more familiar with the geography. Yellow Sea, is it, or across that
you mean-
strait?
The South
It
China
is,
Sea.
of
Taiwan
course, the South China Sea, as it is
Okay.
referred to.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Being able
Orange
to get
China.
their troops,
Yellow Sea.
over, yeah, whatever. They eat dogs and cats. Who cares? More racist tropes. No, at the end of it all, right now, what is actually stopping China is the inability to actually land their soldiers on the beaches, and there's also the threat of U.S. attack subs in the area
and
anytime.
sanctions, economic sanctions,
Yeah,
and things.
there's
I mean,
all kinds.
so
There's all kinds of things, but
I
legitimately, at this point, China does not have the logistical capability to support an invasion, and I believe that's the only reason why they haven't done it.
I'm shocked that non-smoker, Sparky, and I mostly agree that we don't really care about Taiwan being invaded, and yet Dylan is like, hell no.
Look,
I think that's very
Dylan
funny.
Is all about, Dylan
What
is
do you
all
stand,
about-
Jake? You like Taiwan or you don't like Taiwan, Jake?
I'm not a big fan, but they do have
ambivalent.
they do have resources that I would like the United States to bring
Am I
back.
the only
over there.
one here
I-
that wants to defend Taiwan? Okay.
No, I'm here with you.
I'll take
That-
that.
I'll
I'll
take
take that.
that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have
So
to
I'm
ask-
kind of fine with that, to be honest.
I have to
Dylan-
ask, because I consider myself at root a non-interventionist. I understand that we have to work out in the world and all of that, and I there are things that I don't like about the way things are currently, but I'm always seeking to reduce the footprint that we put out on the world, and that's why I'm actually a fan of the Golden Dome, because fuck everybody else, as long as they can't bomb us, I don't care. But at the end of the day, it sounds like we've got it sounds like non-smoker is a non-interventionist. He doesn't want to be out there, wreaking havoc in the world, which is shocking. And Sparky goes both ways on that. Jake, have you and I had the non-interventionist?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get to it. And but my buddy Dylan wants the U.S. Cudgel swung with impunity throughout the world.
Look,
Okay.
I can justify my worldview for a bit for an audience of.
I'm just curious. I'm just really curious because, while I don't agree, I don't agree with helping Ukraine. I don't agree with helping some of these other things. I understand that there's arguments to be made for stabilizing a region, but my personal outlook on it is we suck at it. Like, the entire reason that we've been fucked up in the desert for 70 plus years is that we thought we were stabilizing the region by assassinating the ruler of Iran.
That's if you think our goal was actually to stabilize the region.
No, it was also it
Right.
goes back to the oil. Gibbs.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's all
Yeah.
oil we meant
Right,
to
yeah.
destabilize, and we
If it was
accomplished
about the
our goal.
oil, we would have taken the oil. We never took the oil. It was
took
about
the oil,
us.
baby.
No, it was about us trying to set up puppet governments that would sell us the oil cheaper.
and punish our enemies by selling
Yeah.
it at I mean,
But-
right.
At a higher rate.
And
It wasn't
destroy
about
mass
the oil
learning,
because we
and,
never
all
took
this
it.
other good shit.
If we took it, it would have been a different animal.
Well,
I more support Trump going, it's about the oil. We're going to take the oil.
And
'cause at least
it's
we're
ours
getting
now.
something out
Or at
of
least
it.
he's being
All right,
honest.
now, Americans
It is ours
died
now.
for this. It's ours.
Okay, first,
honestly, I would be
But yeah,
more
go ahead, Dylan.
interventionist.
Let's respond to Grid.
I would be more interventionist if we kept what we killed. If we went over to Iran and we beat the snot out of them, and we made that America V2 or Sandbox Americana, totally cool with that. But
Nice.
what we do is we go send our men over to die. We spend billions of taxpayer dollars on equipment and operations cost. And what do we get out of it? We get slandered in the world press. Everybody thinks we're fucking assholes, because we are, but that's okay. And we're constantly portrayed as the evil American because this is what we do, and we don't do it for anything that actually benefits the average American taxpayer, and that is the real problem at its core for me. I would honestly much rather spend 300 billion, trillion, whatever fucking dollars building a Golden Dome and telling the rest of the world to go fuck themselves than spend $1 billion defending Taiwan. That's just my personal opinion. Don't have to agree with me, but
Or the Ukraine.
And I really want to hear Dylan's take because and I haven't heard his worldview, so I'm sorry.
Sure. So earlier there was a confrontation between non-smoker and aircraft Sparky over exactly we're going to build up all these forces, and then what are we going to use it for, right? And there was a confrontation about exactly would we use it to project power abroad, because I thought it was about defending at home. And for me, I think the world is so intertwined that these two things are the same. That if you were to talk about, for example, a blockade in the Suez Canal, that affects the United States. Right. Ever since this country's founding and we had to fight the Barbary pirates, we acknowledge that things abroad from the United States affect the United States. Right. So irrespective of any ideological motivation I could personally have for democracy abroad. I support democracy. I'm against dictatorship. That's a value that I hold, and I will continue to hold that while I'm standing here or in any country, right? But irrespective of that, the world is intertwined with us. And as we have integrated our economies, integrated trade, Europe is the second biggest consumer market in the world. Losing the European consumer market would be a disaster for American manufacturers. So when we talk about building up American manufacturing, I do worry about our relationship with Europe because their consumers is what props up the American manufacturing that we still do have. And if we wanted to sell to a consumer market outside of our own, what's the second biggest? It's the Europeans. And so I value these relationships not out of just an ideological compulsion that I think democracy is good. I think Ukraine running their own affairs is good. I believe in nation state sovereignty. It's also, I think, of the interests of the United States. As for like upholding international norms, I don't think it's just our job to do so. And sometimes I worry with this administration because when they talk about things like trade in the South China Sea and freedom of navigation, that's bipartisan. If you're Donald Trump, you're Hillary Clinton, you're Barack Obama, everybody believes in freedom of navigation. But trying to uphold that on our own is impossible. We have to uphold alliances to support that, or we're just going to make the taxpayer the #1 upholder of international trade stability on their own, which isn't fair. That should be a global responsibility, not just an American responsibility. But accepting that as a global responsibility could also mean a decrease in American influence. And so there's a confrontation there, right? But I believe that, yes, we do spend too much on defense spending. I think 1.5 trillion is a little too much for me. But that's why I think we should lean on our allies in Europe, lean on our allies in Japan and Asia, because that is going to work in defending Taiwan. Not us going out there and saying, let's have some boy from Georgia die on the shores of Taipei, but by working with the Koreans, the Japanese, and our allies to make a war not necessary in the first place, because I'd like to avoid one.
So, okay, so could I, and I'm not trying to pick apart your worldview too bad here, but so would you then say that it's our right to demand NATO pay their fair share, to demand that South Korea start actually paying for the protection that we provide, and all of these things that we do that again, all of us pay for? Everyone here is an American taxpayer, I'm assuming.
Sure.
I'm don't dox yourself if you don't pay taxes. We all pay taxes. But so each one of us has a stake in the game, right? And this is why it really matters. It really matters when we start talking about this stuff, because while I support trade with Europe, absolutely. Why would we not? It seems like unnecessarily the U.S. tends to pay for other countries' sovereign security. They wouldn't, in other words, they would not be a sovereign country without the money and protection from the United States. And I don't believe that that's the way the world should work. I think that that's wrong.
So if this was a relationship where we're just throwing capital over the Atlantic, propping up Europe's defense, and then they enjoy the fruits of the labor, and that was it, then I think you would have a point. And I do think, again, this has been a bipartisan consensus. It's just Trump was very loud about it, that the Europeans should have spent more on their defense. I also think they need to start thinking as a bloc. And this might be a disagreement we find in here. Depending on the conservative, they might disagree. But I don't think Germany, when thinking about German defense, should just invest in factories in Germany. They should invest in the factories in the cheapest countries possible in Europe, where you can get the most runtime, produce the most munitions at the lowest possible cost for Europe-wide defense. That type of concentration with America's gigantic size is what allows us our concentration of power. If we allowed each state, Maryland, California, to run their own defense budgets, produce their own artillery shells, produce their own stuff, we wouldn't be able to concentrate our capabilities. That's something I want to work with the Europeans with. But if we say that our defense is our defense and their defense is their defense, then there's no reason for us to work together on research and development on like the F-35 program or any of the other like hundreds of
we'll sell
F-35
so, Dylan, you would agree that
we're working
NATO
together. There's no reason for us to work across the transatlantic for their defense with us against terrorism. There's no reason for the Five Eyes. This supports both of our defense capacity. It allowed Europe to come with us into Afghanistan. Many Europeans died. And it also allows us to prop up the trade, which allows us to be stable. European stability promotes American stability. European defense promotes American defense as much as American defense promotes European defense. And over 80 years, it's worked.
Yeah, Dylan, I don't know if you answered the question directly. I don't know if Grid's satisfied with that, but I want to ask you directly here. Do you believe the NATO countries should be putting in their own fair share of defense?
Yes, but I think that
Okay.
what we're talking about right now, the idea of, well, maybe they should be spending more money on maintaining American bases. I think the much more effective, if our goal is to make us as a unified political bloc have the most leverage possible, they should be spending their defenses or their defense budgets on building factories where it's most cost effective to build the most munitions as physically possible, because there's a munition shortage crisis. There's a propellant shortage crisis. There's a number of crises where I think this money is much more usefulness for our defense needs and their defense needs than just giving us a big fat check.
Okay.
So I can actually agree with you on that point. One of the interesting things about European defense spending is currently one of the largest and richest countries in Europe, that would be Germany, is still unable to defend themselves. In fact, it is estimated 10 to 12 years before they could even hold up a single defense of their own country without excessive foreign intervention from the US and the UK. The UK currently cannot defend themselves either. In fact, all of Europe depends on the United States to be their security force at this point, and that is a problem. I fully agree with the idea of the European Union actually mobilizing their industrial base to build more factories to build propellant, artillery, and all these other things. You're absolutely on point there. I also want that for America, and I want to see America bolster their industrial base, because currently we depend on foreign countries to supply us with basic goods that we then take and we assemble into bigger pieces of military equipment. So what you're suggesting to happen domestically within Europe, I want to see in America. And yes, we can do that. We can trade as we trade a lot of defense systems amongst our allies and stuff. We can trade those things amongst ourselves. There's not a problem with that. I think Dylan, me and you we're real on point in that factor. Maybe not everything else, but in that factor at least.
I do want to say that our aid packages to Ukraine, a lot of people forget that part of that, like 150 billion, not the 300 billion made up number, but 150 billion number that actually was approved, much of that was for American manufacturers in the United States. Basically, all of the stuff that was sent over went to American businesses, and all of the expansion that happened of businesses were in the United States. Our artillery production is now larger because of Ukrainian aid. The reason, part of, a huge investment went into those production facilities. So our support for Europe did build up American defense capacity, just like our Lend-Lease programs to the British and to the Soviets before World War II helped build up American industry before we had to mass industrialize for the war.
It hasn't done it at the same scale as what we saw in World War II. Of course, we're talking about two different sizes of campaigns and things like that. So, of course, it's not going to be a one-for-one comparison. One thing that I will state is that the aid that has gone over to Ukraine has helped us rotate our stock of our munitions and stuff, because, believe it or not, artillery shells do expire. Gunpowder goes bad. Missiles have to be refueled. They have to be maintained. We've sent a lot of PAC-2, PAC-3 missiles over to Ukraine for their air defense, proving the effectivity of the Patriot system. In fact, I think we sent another 2 systems over there recently. Am I right about that, Dylan?
I don't know if another 2 systems were sent over there recently.
Yeah,
I haven't heard about it.
All I know
was
is
reading
that we can
somewhere
finally
we
get.
sent 2.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. You're fine.
I was
Well,
going to
I
say
was
that
gonna say,
all I
let's-
know and all I care about is I can finally get 8208 XBR back in stock, so I can reload my long range precision rounds. That's all I really care.
You and your
Nice,
guns.
nice. Let's,
Me and my
on that
gun.
note, let's
I
go to
will say,
closings here.
of those Patriots, by the way, our Patriots are much more accurate now. The data that the Ukrainians gathered from those Patriot defenses is the reason we know that Patriots can even knock out Russian hypersonic missiles, because they performed in Ukraine and achieved that. Not to mention tons of intelligence trading when it comes to drones and information about one of our biggest peer-to-peer competitors, the Russians.
Yeah, I agree with. I think it's part of the reason why we're still friends with Israel is we even see all this stuff in real time. I've had that debate many times now. But let's go to closings now. And speaking, and we'll wrap this up in here. We're getting close to the end. Let's go to Jake first here this time. What do you got?
Your closing statements you're talking about?
Yeah, closing statements.
Okay,
and
yeah,
anything
yeah.
you got coming up.
Yeah. First off, I'd like to thank Dylan and Non-Smoker, because I think I had a panel with Non-Smoker at one point. I think we I don't think we were very friendly with each other. And every time we did interact, we weren't very friendly neither. But I would like to actually put him on the show, on my show anytime often, talk about communism, actually, because it seems like he has a passion for China and communism. And I'd like to have a conversation with him one of these days. I'll get your contact to Gibbs. I'll ask Gibbs for it. Dylan, you seem like a pretty smart guy as well. I don't think I've ever been on a panel with you, but I think I've seen you around here and there. So you're another pretty interesting person that I would like to speak to as well. With that being said, yeah, you guys can find me on Project VOPod on YouTube and Rumble, as well as JVAR11 on X and Instagram. That's my handles there. As far as the entire exchange here, I think I learned a lot. I think Dylan and non-smoker, and especially Jason, know a lot about the interworkings of ballistic missiles that I learned a lot about. So I was kind of sitting back and kind of absorbing a lot of this information. So really do appreciate the panel and the conversation here. That being said, I'll end my closing.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to non-smoker.
Oh, yeah. Hey, twitch.tv/non_smoker. Check out the struggle session every 2 weeks, Tuesday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time on WUSB Stony Brook. Also, check out my Substack, nonsmoker.substack.com. While we're plugging stuff, if you guys find me to be an informed person, I can appear much more informed in the written form. Anyway, this is always fun. Thanks, Gibbs, for having me on. Thank you guys for joining me. Sorry if I was a little antagonistic there. I'm very passionate about the anti-war thing. I do want to say to everybody, especially in Dylan's audience right now, anybody who's of the left-leaning persuasion, that this is the best evidence I could possibly provide you that neocons are not your friends. And the idea that, we go around the world interfering in all these countries to spread democracy, it's just not true. Trump is the ultimate realization of American imperialism, but he's not the guy who started it. And I would suggest to everybody here who is against a global conflict of apocalyptic proportions, which seems to be what some of you guys think we're heading to inevitably, if you're against that, maybe a change in approach could help us find a better outcome, right? That's all I'm saying. So anyway, hit me up, anybody, if you want to have subsequent conversation. I'm totally open to it. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't know, man. I think President Polk might have Trump beat, with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, but, pretty close imperialism. Well, let's go with Jason. Here you go.
Yes, I'm Jason of the channel Vox Populi 1788, formerly Aircraft Sparky. Look, I like to do these debates because I find the discussions interesting. I get to talk to interesting people. Dylan, actually someone who I'm a big fan of, the work he's doing over there in Ukraine, even though we don't agree on how to deal with the situation from a U.S. policy standard, I still enjoy the information he's given out. I've learned a lot from his documentaries and things like that. Yeah, look, when it comes down to American superiority when it comes to defense, I think that it is best that we have a large Navy able to defend Americans' homeland while still projecting power abroad when needed. I don't want to project the power all the time, but if it's needed, I want to have that tool in the toolkit. When it comes to things like the Golden Dome, if air defense scares you, that's a you problem. I like the idea of being able to intercept potential ballistic missiles launched at the North American continent, mainly because I don't want shit raining down on me. I believe Dylan's actually been around during a ballistic missile attack. That shit is fucking scary. Yeah, I'm sure he can tell you all about it. I myself have not witnessed it myself. I've only seen, some small cruise missiles and some mortars, nothing of that magnitude. So yeah, I don't want that happening to America or Americans. I want America to be safe. I want Americans to feel very happy in their lives. And the way we do that is through security and economic prosperity. And if you want to tell me about how I'm an idiot or anything else, reach out to me. I'm more than willing to do these conversations. I find them to be fun and informative, learn different perspectives. Thank you for your time, and thanks for everyone for being here tonight.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Burns.
So I've already made clear as to why I think the Golden Dome and the idea of a practical achievement of being able to stop atomic weapons from entering the United States is not a practical objective, and the goal should be to continue and maintain deterrence that has allowed mutually assured destruction to prevent an atomic war since 1945. And I think that that is the standard that we should continue to uphold. And any investment in radar systems or detection systems, sensors that could be put in certain locations to detect it if it's from North Korea or here. This should be invested towards A, trying to stop an incidental launch, which is much more likely than a full-blown Chinese Russian launch. It's just something decays, there's a mistake, somebody doesn't know what they're doing, there's a technical failure, human error, there's a million different things that could have led to an atomic launch. And during the Cold War, you can read a number of horror stories of close calls where the world really stood on the brink. So I would support that. And I would support dealing with certain rogue nation states. For example, building up a force that could deal with a North Korean launch. But trying to deal with a Chinese and Russian launch in scale, I think is not a practical achievement. I think the money is better spent otherwhere. As for the fleet and the Golden Fleet section of today's debate, I think the Europeans are still the best ship manufacturers in the world. We should try to work towards building up our defense relationship with the Europeans, defense cooperation and production so that they can help produce the shells and the means that could support us if we got into a crisis, and themselves for the crisis that they're in now, as well as working them in ship manufacturing, because the Constellation class disaster can't keep repeating, or we're going to always be outpaced, and we're always going to produce less ships for a longer period of time at a much bigger cost. And there's no way to win from a defense economic standpoint if that's the situation we find ourselves in. As much as I would like to believe that Pete Hegseth and other people at the Pentagon have the situation under control, I am skeptic, and that's why I think we need to work with our allies to give ourselves the best chance to succeed. As for the general ideological conversation we had today, I want to just connect to that from Sparky's request that I talk about ballistic missiles for a moment. Yeah, I've been in multiple ballistic missile strikes. I don't remember how many. I've been in enough that I honestly don't remember. But what happens in a ballistic missile strike, if it makes impact, it depends on what it's carrying. If it's carrying a traditional warhead, then yes, it can destroy 1 to 2 buildings due to the size of the warhead, crush people in their homes, and they slowly suffocate and dust or get crushed, or that's usually the outcome. There's also thermobaric warheads that can literally burn the air around you, essentially burning you to death, and those have quite a large range due to the fact when it makes impact, it literally uses the air as fuel. And these weapons can produce a lot of terror. And as we just saw earlier today, the Oreshnik from Russia struck Lviv. Energy was knocked out, and the Oreshnik is a multiple reentry vehicle. So if you put 12 to 14 to 16 thermobaric warheads on just one Oreshnik, we're talking about a lot of damage to potentially hundreds upon hundreds of civilians in just one ballistic missile strike, right? It can do a tremendous amount of damage. And I think that type of barbarity between states should be prevented. I think it's better for everyone if we're trading with the Russians and we're trading with the Ukrainians instead of trying to prevent a revanchist, imperialist, and largely, I would say, morally deprived organization that is the Russian government from invading European states. And I think international norms that don't only check the Russians, but also check the United States and check the Chinese are the best way to establish a type of stability that will not only stop this type of barbarism in the modern age, or at least disincentivize that type of barbarism, but will also provide stability that will be better for everybody. It'd be better for everybody in trade. It would be better for everybody when it comes to interstate relations, and it would be better for everybody when it comes to resolving conflicts, because you could have intermediaries deal with the conflict rather than dead kids. Right? I'm not saying that this is an easy goal to achieve, and I'm not saying it should be the sole responsibility of the United States and United States taxpayers. What I am saying that an aspirational goal is better than endless chaos when we have the means to destroy the world. You give us enough chances, we will fuck up, and so we have to check ourselves.
All right, thank you so much. And last but not least, Grid. Also, why don't you go ahead and mention about tomorrow so I don't have to probe that.
I'll do the tomorrow thing at the end. First of all, I'm really happy to be on a panel with Smithers and Mr. Burns. That was awesome. Yes, Jake, you're Smithers. And that's awesome to be on a panel finally with Smithers and Mr. Burns. I like a lot of what has been said here. I don't agree with some of the methodology that it's meant by, but I agree with a lot of the actual wording. So one of the things when we look at this Golden Dome as a defensive measure, I can't see a downside to it. Shipbuilding, I mean, to be honest with you, and I probably should have said this during the actual debate, probably should just buy our ships from South Korea. Hyundai builds the best ships in the world, and they build more of them than anybody else in the world. So, maybe they can start paying their tab for our military, providing them with protection in ships. Who knows? I don't know. But at any rate, we had this was a far-ranging conversation. I like a lot of what was said. I'm actually kind of shocked that we found common ground with non-smoker on the non-interventionism and some other things. I actually stopped trolling him there for a while. So I was like, I'm really shocked at myself. But, and I will even say Venezuela just one more time to trigger him. I do appreciate everyone coming out tonight. It was actually a really great discussion. I don't really have a lot to add. These guys covered pretty much the whole debate really well. From my point of view, I'm a non-interventionist. I don't believe we should be helping as much as we do. The problem is that politicians can't help themselves but to overspend and overpromise, and so we should stop that. As far as the other thing, tomorrow, guys, we will have a debate on Wick's channel, on Wick TV. It will be myself. Gibbs, are you still in? Gibbs is still in. And I'm having Tim Hale, who is he bills himself as the the comedian J6er or something like that. And so he's a J6er who was actually in prison for 3 years, thanks to our wonderful government overreach there. And he will be joined by Enrique Tarrio, who some of you may recognize that name as the leader of the Proud Boys. And we will be debating Destiny and some dude named Dev on J6. What was the exact prompt again?
Who's the real insurrectionist? I think they're quoting the White House's.
Yeah, our Dim's the real
January
insurrection.
Anniversary post. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be pretty good. I'm pretty excited. It was good stuff. So check out all this stuff tomorrow, and I'll check out all these other people's channels. Once again, I highly recommend Dylan's documentaries. I'm looking forward to the next one. They're very good stuff. On that note, we're going to raid my friend Honey Bunny.
Hey,
thank you all, everybody, for being here.
Gibbs, real last thing, I swear. I'll let it go.
One more thing.
Just one more thing. I just want to put this out here, right here. When Grid called me Smithers, I thought you were talking about Dylan for a second, but I guess it's me. But I do.
He's Mr. Burns, obviously.
No, dude, definitely non-smokers, Mr. Burns. Non-smoker, can you give me your best impression of excellent, please, before we leave off?
Excellent.
There you go.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Not bad.
All right.
Yeah.
You're good.
Hey, have a great time, guys.
Thank y'all so much. You have a good one.
Bye, everybody.
Have a good one, guys.
Wait, can I?
Oh, Dylan, dang it. Oh, well. Maybe he'll pop in. Why is that up? There we go. Maybe he'll pop in. Let's go up here. What's up, guys? Did we have a debate? I heard debate. Somebody wanted to argue. They were making a bunch of noise in my chat. I did forget to promote the new channel a little bit. Whew. All right, so TVT and the other guy, you guys want to come up and do a debate real quick? What's going on there? What are we doing? That was a very interesting debate. Or a discussion. Yeah. It was interesting that nobody actually wanted to talk about the actual debate topic. That was That was weird. Except me. That's all I wanted to talk about. I thought Word War was tonight. Are they doing it Saturday night too? All right. I was pretty sure that Tario said he was going tonight. Hey, thanks, Kyle Engel. I appreciate that. Start telling them Europe is fake and gay. I could probably do that. Yeah. Yes, everybody. My new channel is Gun Prattle. You can find it on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. Yes. Yes, I am. It's going to be hilarious. I don't know who the dev guy is, and it looks like the dev guy debates as an avatar, which you all know my feeling on that, right? Like, if you debate as an avatar, you lose. I mean, you suck. You suck at life. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. So TVT and the other guy, they don't want to debate anymore. They just like threw some barbs at each other and then let it roll. Interesting. Interesting. You lose all credibility as a VTube debater. Never lucky rubber ducky. If you come up and debate as an avatar, honestly, I have no respect for you. I'm going to treat him like I don't have respect for him either. So that's going to be interesting. It's a great debate tonight. I really appreciate it. Get those donos in. You know, we got to keep the lights on around here. We got to pay the bills, and you know, that's just normal stuff. You know, so we'll be back tomorrow again, 5 o'clock Central, early tomorrow. I don't know why Wick is doing it that early, but it is the case that is what's going down in the funky town. And so the other version guy was gay and not serious. Okay. All right. I mean, that happens. Not. I've heard that it happens. Do super chats help the channel stat wise than the poor pennies you have? Super chats do help the channel stats, and it's a trade-off. It's an interesting thing in the super chat land. The super chats are like all right, so I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. I had too many things going on. So yeah, if you send them in here, if you send in the chats on, if you send in super chats on YouTube, they take roughly 30% plus, but they give you engagement, and YouTube will like push your channel more, right? But if you, and so this is my mic just cut out. I may have moved away from it. So for me, the super chats, even though they take roughly 30%, it's still good for me because it does help my engagement. There's a breakover point where once I get above a certain level in a month, better if you actually, it's better for me financially if you donate through Cash App or Streamlabs or something like that. Because again, YouTube is fucking brutal. So but yeah, it's just that's just how that works, right? Like, so for me, it's I don't know, it's tough because I don't get a ton of super chats anyway. I'm not, and I don't super chat. I don't super chat troll very much. I'm really bad at it, actually. I just don't grift. I also don't I don't hold the chat hostage. I'm not like, I'm not gonna do another hour if you don't send in whatever, so I don't do that shit. I just, I should really grift better, but I just don't. So, it is what it is. The good news is your $5 Spurgs seem to be the best of both or all worlds. Yeah, I mean, hey man, $5, $5. What's up, Clover Tack? How are you, sir? Yep, still waiting. Still working on the mic.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, I forgot to turn my headset on until it was already coming up. I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Shit happens. Why's my avatar all screwed up? It's got the leprechaun on it now.
Yeah, you get that strange leprechaun.
What the hell?
So
it's like the old school. That's the old school avatar. Everybody gets old school tonight, I guess. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell them. Anyway, what are you doing on late?
Well, it's early, isn't it? It's only like 9 o'clock, and I just did a debate on.
What's later than you normally go live? Don't you normally go like at 8 or something?
Yeah, I normally start at 8, but Gibbs starts his debate panels at 7 or 7:30, and he ends at 9 or 9:30. So, and then I usually will sit and just BS with the chat or whatever.
Yeah.
For the next little bit, for about an hour.
Oh yeah, and, yeah. Oh yeah, I see you've been on nearly 3 hours. Wow.
Yeah. We were debating the Golden Dome versus the Golden Fleet.
Okay.
And so it really it was a very back and forth debate, pivoting around a bunch of different things. Most of them didn't actually have anything to do with the Golden Dome or Golden Fleet.
Yeah.
So that was
shocker.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was interesting because a lot the lefties they had on tonight were actually kind of based in reality lefties. In that they so Dylan Burns is actually kind of a, he's lefty, but he's especially since I think he's been over to the Ukraine. I think he's less like full bore lefty. And so that's an interesting thing. And the debate was kind of all over the place. So a lot of we talked about Venezuela. I always add the second in. I picked up the habit of it to piss that dude off last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't bad faith, just loony. That's true. They were really trying to be good faith. That's true. And I've got a hell of a debate lined up for tomorrow. It's going to be button donated $5 super chat. I've got to get the TTS back up and running. Joke's on you. I can't afford another hour. Also, I love YouTube so much. Why do SD9 slide lock levers suck so hard versus Glock?
Because it's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, that's correct. But so we, tomorrow though, let me tell you what's going down tomorrow. So it's going to be me and Gibbs versus, well, actually, hold on, let me back up. So it's going to be Destiny and some dude named Dev versus me, Gibbs, Tim Hale, the J6er,
Mm-hmm.
and Enrique Tarrio, who is the leader of the Proud Boys. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be literally off the chain. It's going to be ridiculous, and that's at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be really good. I can't wait to see the interaction between Destiny, who thinks that all J6ers deserve what they got, and Enrique Tarrio, who wasn't even in town and got sent to jail for J6.
Right.
So the criminally funny, thank you, criminally funny J6er, Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's going to be off the rails tomorrow. And I orchestrated the whole thing. Not the Destiny part. Wick had Destiny already. And then I'm like, and then Gibbs is like, hey, do you want to be on this panel debating Destiny? And I'm like, fuck yeah, why not? I've turned it down before. In the past, I've turned down debating Destiny. I'm like, fuck yeah, why not? And then he proceeds to tell me that it's going to be like 4 people. It's a 4v2, and I'm like,
wow.
And he's like, hey, can you get the J6 guy, your friend, your J6 friend? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. So I hit Tim up, and Tim hit me back this morning, and he's like, if I were to be able to get Enrique Tarrio, president of the Proud Boys, would that be cool? And I'm like, fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Make that happen. Yeah.
And we did make that. And Wick is just like, holy shit. Like, his little panel where Destiny was the big guy just blew up to where Destiny's like, Destiny's there, but Enrique Tarrio is there. So ZD Dim, what time? 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's 6 Eastern Time, depending on, Far Eastern, Mid Eastern, whatever Eastern. And so there's that. We got another super chat coming in. Really appreciate that.
Wow.
So
you're welcome. They just love me. That's
they love you, man. I got to bring you on more. $2 comes in from Bandit 848. Thoughts on RXM versus Glock?
So they do love me. It's the fucking gun prattle that's getting the super.
Yeah, the gun prattle is getting it going. Well, I have both. I have an RXM and a Glock 19. I like my Glock 19 better because it's had a lot more shit done to it. But I'm about to get the new grip module from Magpul for the RXM, which supposedly makes it really badass and cool, even more than the existing Magpul grip module for the RXM makes it cool. The problem with the existing, the stock one, is it's too slippery, and it needs to be stippled or carbided or something like that.
Yeah,
it's just too slippery.
Talking about the RXM, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the texture on it.
The texture's shit. Yeah. It's a prime candidate for carbiding, though. That's
a personal thing too, though. Honestly, because I like a really aggressive texture, but
I do.
There are people that don't, and I get it.
I want a gun that I feel like I can come up out of the surf with that gun in my hand, right? Yeah. like I want to feel like that you can't pry this gun out of me.
Well, I got a different terminology, a different way of putting it is I want a gun that I don't got to worry about slipping out of my hands if there's a lot of blood all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you see that the thing is
really bloody. I want to be able to hold on to it still.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. And there's a more practical application is when you're shooting really fast in competition, or if you just actually need to shoot really fast, you can so I've noted I actually changed the grip on my Alpha Foxtrot 2011. The Romulus,
right?
I actually changed the grip on that because the grip was too slick. Now, it wasn't that it wasn't it was aggressive. It just wasn't aggressive enough. And what happened is that after like the 6th or 7th shot, the gun would start move. It would have moved in my hand, and I'd have to reposition my grip. And I don't like that. I really, really don't like it. I got, once we're locked in, we need to stay locked in.
Yeah. And there's another plus to good texture, aggressive texture too. And that is, it's just simple physics. You've got, all of the recoil, the force of, the handgun when it goes boom or bang. Hopefully it's not going boom on you. And the heavier its texture, the more surface area there is because every part and piece of that gun is absorbing recoil along with your hands and your arms, right? And so while it's not a huge number, depending on what you're putting that on, it does make a difference. And one of the things for me that it made a difference, I've got a Taurus Tracker in 44 Magnum, a 4-inch, ported. And that thing just, man, it would just tear you up. It was uncomfortable as shit. Like you go out and you'd put, you put a cylinder's worth through it and you were done. Like, okay, I don't even fuck this. I don't even want to shoot this anymore. I put some lock grips, some really heavy, aggressive textured lock grips on it. And first of all, it does what you're talking about, is it allows it to not move in my hand, which that helps because it's in the proper place all the time to manage recoil best as far as being in my hand. But then the second thing is putting those on. And the only thing I can think of is the surface area on it is maybe helping dissipate is the word. Dissipate a little bit of that recoil too. But man, it's night and day, the factory grips and those lock grips, how it shoots.
Yeah. I do like the RXM. I like the trigger pack sort of. It's kind of like a mix between a Glock and a SIG. So I like that.
It's what the new Glocks are going to be.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah,
Glock's going that way.
Yeah, I like the modularity of the RXM. I think that's better than Glock.
It's not a bad gun. I'm not a Ruger fan across the board, though. I'm really not. So, I'm a little biased when it comes to.
I like Rugers. I think they're okay. I
didn't say I didn't like them. I mean, I certainly own them. But I can't think of a single Ruger that there's not something else I'd rather use for that particular situation. Is the thing.
Bandit 848 sends in, I find my guns with aggressive texture, grip tape, clog easier with skin oils and lose their intended advantage. I have not had that be the case. I
shoot with gloves the vast majority of the time.
Yeah,
and that's just habit.
I know guys that shoot with Pro Grip, which is it's a sports, grip stuff for your
skateboard tape. Oh, you're talking about the tack,
the tack, like rock climbing. It's like it's like chalk, but
like
not
talc or
it's Pro Grip for like basketball players and football players, and it just makes your hands really kind of tacky. And I know guys that shoot with those with that stuff on their hands like every week, and
wear gloves.
The grips are clean. Yeah. I mean, I carbide a lot of my grips. I actually I have a couple of different grits, and I will literally carve up the grip a little bit and then put the epoxy on and then carbide it, and then that makes the best grip. And then you can kind of sand it down a little bit if it's too grippy, and then but if it's not too grippy, you can
take some of the sharpness out of it, right? But I like the sharpness. I mean, I was not cutting my hands up, and like I said, for the most part, I wear gloves. I shoot so much, and I always have for the longest. That's just, to me, that's lead
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
mitigation to an
Well, that's
extent.
actually something I got to talk about on my
And I've
show.
got
Is
and I've gotten used to it. And if you shoot, not so much in the fast stuff, right? Because it
Mm.
doesn't matter. But if you shoot precision, gloves are actually a benefit because gloves will mitigate your pulse. And so if you're
Mhm.
shooting precision, you're believe it or not, your pulse does come into play.
Oh yeah, I've literally watched my reticle move.
Yeah.
So, I use I actually have one of the things we got to talk about is lead absorption. If you shoot a lot, especially indoors in the wrong range,
Oh yeah.
there was some range in Georgia that just like their employees tested like some astronomical level for lead.
Yeah. I get tested and have for um, decades at this point, at least two. My yearly checkup, a lead test is always in there,
Yeah.
and my levels are fine. I've never had a problem. Of course,
You don't shoot in an
when I
indoor range
cast,
much.
I don't shoot. I've only shot at indoor ranges just maybe a dozen times my entire life.
So,
That's just not. It just doesn't come up.
mm.
And then as
And
far
you're
as
shooting jacketed bullets mostly.
mostly, but
Yeah.
I do reload and I do cast.
Mm.
But my casting setup is in basically what can only be described as a gazebo.
Mhm.
And there are exhaust fans and other things at play. So,
Yeah.
again, and I wear gloves obviously when I'm doing that. It's hot
Oh
fucking
yeah.
lead, so of course you're wearing gloves. Um, but yeah, with all of that, and if I'm lubing the cast projectiles, if I'm powder coating them, if I'm doing anything of that nature, I wear rubber gloves or not necessarily rubber, but you get what I'm saying.
So I have
I say rubber gloves, but it's like latex, whatever
yeah.
it's
Sort of
made
like
out of
surgical
nowadays.
glove kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't cast, but I'm in indoor ranges a lot, and there was a point where I was getting tested my lead exposure every month,
Yeah.
because you got to keep those lead levels down.
Yeah. Well, as much
So
as I do, and after a year or two of doing it every
mm,
year and seeing that it wasn't going up,
yeah,
now
mine never goes up.
if I heavily increased what I did or did something
Mm,
that I thought my exposure would have been more, then
mhm,
yeah, I might
yeah.
go in and ask for it more
Yeah.
often. But
Let me read this little super chat here from my buddy Fuck It Button, one of my favorite dudes, or Fuck It Bucket, as the case may be. Hogue wraparound grips. I know the Hogue family, by the way. They're cool people. For CZ75s are king. Heat gun fits them to 97s, but my one piece printed grips Magwell I like the most. Oh, fair enough. Also, shit on SD9s more. So that I can't possible.
well, I can tell you the original story for the Sigma, which is where the SD9 came from. So the origin story, probably told this before, but Glock was for a decade had kicked the absolute shit out of Smith and Wesson,
Mm-hmm.
and
The
and
SVD9.
the way all of that even evolved came about. The reason it's a thing nowadays is the CEO had a big meeting. Smith and Wesson had all of his engineers, had everything in there. He took a Glock 17, laid it on the table, and he says, "How do we make something better than this?" And all the engineers looked at each other. Everybody was looking around, and some whispering went on, and that went on for a couple of minutes. And he goes, "No, I'm fucking serious." He said, "How does Smith and Wesson make something better than this?" And everybody looked at this one lead engineer, and he stood up and he said, "Sir, I hate to be the one to tell you, but we can't."
Yeah,
So
I've heard that same
and so
story.
he picked it up and he threw it at that engineer. He said, "Then copy the motherfucker."
I've heard that very same story,
Yeah.
and it is so close a copy that I guess at one point you could interchange some parts.
Yeah, yeah. So
I
they had
had
to, of
one.
course,
I had one, and I went through the trigger, and there's some like I went through the trigger and made the trigger better. There was like a couple of springs and stuff you had to change out, and
Yeah.
I actually really enjoyed that gun. It was very reliable, and then I sold it to some or traded it off.
So the Sigmas, the original Sigmas were they were complete dog shit. They really were.
I think mine
Then
was a
they,
Sigma SVD.
yeah, yeah, the SDVEs.
SDVE. Yes, that's
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
and then they morphed into the SDs, and then now they got the modern version of the SD. And I hadn't played with it a whole lot. The later iterations, like
But
they
if you
are what
want a
they.
Smith and Wesson plastic gun, just get an M&P.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to be realistic with this and realize that they are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Let
a cheap,
me
they're a cheap
deal with
Smith
this in a
and
minute.
Wesson,
Then
right?
I'll come back to M&Ps. In America, are you allowed to buy as many guns as you want? Absolutely. I have quite a collection, and
I don't have any.
Yeah, CloverTac has.
I just talk shit.
One
I
or
don't
two.
have any. I
Yeah,
don't have any.
one or two. And I hate gun people. They all have opinions. Yeah,
This is
literally,
true.
we all do.
This is true.
Literally, every single one of
And
us.
pretty much everything you hear is opinion.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I'll go, that's dog shit. I hate it. And then I'll always try to go back and caveat, like, well, let's be realistic. But the SD though, being realistic about it, especially with the later iterations, it's kind of like you were saying. What you got to realize is if you buy one of those, it's not the fucking pinnacle of gun excellence. Like you bought a cheap Smith and Wesson, so you're going to get a cheap Smith and Wesson. Let's just realize what you've got, and there's not a problem with that. Just realize what you got. It's not a fucking M&P.
So I'm
not a big M&P fan, but again, I've said this many times before that I'm not a Smith and Wesson autoloader fan at all, except for a couple of the 22s.
Yeah, so I'm kind of in that boat. So I loved the old Model 59s, 459 or not.
Yeah, the Gen 3 stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. The FBI gun, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that gun. The Highway Patrol. I think I owned one that had been owned by a Highway Patrol officer or something.
The CHP mark stuff is sweet if you can find one. Oh,
I'll look for it. But it was they were great guns, shot well. Mine was an aluminum gun, so you have to take that into account. Loved the gun, loved everything about it. It was smooth, it worked, never had any problem with it. Would shoot basically anything. And then I got this, and so when I started shooting 3-gun, one of the guns that was on the list was, and I actually own basically every gun you can shoot my sport with, as far as handguns, even some that people don't think they can, but they should. And I bought an M&P VTAC. Now, a normal M&P at that time was like $380, and this piece of shit was $850. Because it was through VTAC, Vickers Tactical, Larry Vickers, and it had his suppressor height, night sights on it, and all this stuff. And I hated the trigger in that gun. Hated it. It was so bad. It was like I put I took it out to the parking lot and put sand in the trigger before I decided to pull the trigger. And I was about to sell the gun, and the guy at one of the stores I used to frequent, he's like, "Hey, you should put this Apex trigger in it." And I'm like, "Why? It's a pistol. It doesn't,
it makes a difference." Yeah.
And I'm like, he's like, "Trust me, it'll change your entire view of the gun." This is like $115, $120, something like that. So I had we put the trigger in. And I believe I have the Gunsmith installation version. They made 2 versions, a Gunsmith and non-Gunsmith. I believe mine is the Gunsmith version. It's been 15 years. I don't remember.
It's the better version, yeah.
Yeah, the slightly better version. And it changed my entire viewpoint on that gun. And that gun is stupidly accurate because the M&Ps had 2 problems. One was the M&P original, not the M&P 2.0, but the M&P had 2 problems. First, the barrels were very soft steel. They shot out very fast, and they couldn't hit shit anyway. And the trigger sucked. And mine, I must have just got a good barrel because it shoots great, super accurate.
Yeah.
And And the
I've got some really shitty turd people bitch all the time, and rightfully so, guns that I've never had a single solitary problem with ever.
yeah.
I'm lucky like that.
Well, so the guy that was on, Brian Nelson, the guy who was on I did the interview with, the marathon interview. He used to use MMPs because they were $350. He used to use MMPs for training, and he said he would get 6 to 8 months, 10, 15,000 rounds through one, and you could just visibly watch the group open.
Right.
And I got to do a show about the actual longevity of firearms, because they don't last forever. Mooncake says she was offered but refused. I believe this is he asked if she had ever been to a gun range. She does not believe in one's decisions to use weapons if not required to eat. I don't mind hunting for survival. Well, the thing is guns are fun. They're a blast. Literally. And they're awesome.
I don't care if you don't practice
Mm-hmm.
your Second Amendment rights. Just leave mine a fucking alone.
Well, she's Canadian.
Kind of where I stand. You know what I mean? So, well, I don't give a shit either way. But she can still advocate and donate.
Now you really don't care, right?
She can still advocate and donate to anti-gun groups here. What are you talking about?
Don't do that. Don't donate to people who
leave my gun rights alone, and I don't really care whether or not you do it or not. But I would agree, guns are fun, and there's way more purposes and uses and reasons to own guns than just the whole survival or hunting thing. And there's way more than fighting tyranny and all of that rah-rah hardcore Second Amendment bullshit. Competition, Grid knows that all too well. Collection, investment is a huge one.
I used to do a bunch of that.
Many reasons. And a lot of it has to do with what you just said. They're mechanical, and because they're mechanical, there's just something about it. It's like cars or anything else. They're fucking cool.
They're cool,
but they wear out because they're mechanical. So
airplanes are cool. Guns are.
And they also require maintenance. And there's a lot.
I got to do a show on why you should replace your guns. I was listening to Ben Steger the other day, and he was talking about when he was shooting the Tangfolios and the CZs, which are the same gun, basically. Yeah. That he had 3 guns for competition.
I think he had better than in competition, but what did he say? Or did he?
He said that he had 1 gun that he would practice with, and it didn't do anything but practice. He had 1 game day gun, and then he had a backup. And every year he would rotate them out. He would, because the guns, the CZs, they're just not particularly sturdy weapons. You're going to break ejectors. You're going to break the slide stop. You're going to break.
They're bougie. Parts. They're bougie. Yeah.
Yeah. They're bougie.
Colt's the same way. There's a lot of companies that are that way. Yeah.
And so, and he's like, after about, of course he's shooting, where I shoot, maybe, a couple thousand rounds a month. He's shooting a couple thousand rounds a day.
Right. Yeah. In a weekend or
in a weekend. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, for at the end of a season, if he's actually training and stuff to win a competition or something, he's probably put, 40, 50, 60,000 rounds through a CZ75 or a EAA Tangfolio Witness, whatever.
Well, they're not EAA anymore, but yeah.
Yeah. But whatever it is.
I think EIF, I can't even remember is bringing them in now, or
Yeah.
IEF. What am I thinking? Did he say which he preferred? Tang over a CZ or CZ?
He was sponsored by Tangfolio, so I'm sure that he doesn't want to
say.
He used to be sponsored by them, so he's not anymore.
If he's sponsored by Tang, then that may say something if he accepted that.
Yeah. Well, he used CZs for a while too, but he was a big 10 guy for a while, and he's shooting 2011s right now. He's shooting. He's actually like kind of a big staccato supporter because they They, he bought a bunch of really expensive guns. They didn't work. He sent it back to them. They fixed fucking everything, sent it back to him, and didn't charge him anything. So he's like, hey, that's actually really good. Most
Right.
gun companies won't do that.
Yeah.
So, and they like test fired it and everything, like actually made notes, which is, I had a different experience with Ruger, but we can talk about that later. Fuck it button, just buy the Cajun Gunworks slide stop, and I'm assuming you meant forget it. Yeah, so it's still
Cajun
gonna break.
Gunworks, Cajun Gun, yeah, it will, but Cajun Gunwork eventually. But
It will eventually break.
Cajun, you can definitely pimp one out really nice with.
I
Cajun
have
Gunworks, for sure.
I have a P09
Uh,
that is all Cajunized, and it is a bad. It's won a championship. Not with me shooting it, but it's won a
Right.
championship.
Yeah, I haven't
It's a
touched mine.
bad
My I've only got one 75. Well, no, take that back. I got a 75 and an 85. And I've been thinking about getting rid of the 85, but they're both stock with the exception of grips. They're both bone stock. So
Yeah, I
Especially,
keep wanting to buy a Tangfolio stock too, but every time I'm getting like ready to buy one,
Mhm.
I realize that for the same exact money, I can buy like 3 or 4 different brands of 2011 that
right.
are gonna last longer. And I mean, look, I get it.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be the Tang. But I hear you.
Well, I mean, I get it. Low bore axis,
Decisions.
the pointability, all
Right.
that stuff. So
Right.
yeah,
They're talking about super safeties out there. We talked about on the podcast.
yeah, we were talking about them on the show the other day.
For those, because I don't think either one of the ones that we're talking about them probably listened in on that. Yeah, I've started playing with those recently. So, dude,
you
those
never
are
did
a
send
blast.
me the. You told me in the show, but I forget everything pretty much as soon as I turn
Where
it
to get
off.
them?
Yeah. You
Oh
told
yeah,
me.
yeah. I'll Discord that to you here.
Yeah,
in a second.
Discord that to me. But I mean, it's the thing about like Steger was talking about, like guns have a finite lifespan. I build a new competition AR every year if I shoot a full schedule, because that gun's gonna have 18 to 20,000 rounds down the barrel, and most barrels will be shot out. Like you will not shoot the same side. Now, is it potentially acceptable accuracy? Probably. And it's I don't know. I personally, I can't. I just can't do it. I have to. So, but I'm shooting. I don't shoot as much rifle as I do pistol right now. But Uncle Gun says, "Who the heck uses slide stops? All mine are sheared off and Loctited down. Only one button exists: the mag change button." Well, people that have to unload and show clear will use slide stops. People who do reloads from open chamber will use slide stops. My slide stops all work. It's just on that kind of on that note, on my gamer gun, on the pistol I'm using, I have mags that have the that do not activate the slide stop. So they will go completely dry.
And it's very easy to mod a mag, by the way, to do that.
Super easy. And I know which mag that is, right? And so like I will use for the what we call the make ready mag, I'll use the mag where the slide lock works, because if I go to slide lock, I want to, I'm gonna slam a mag in there instantly.
Right.
But my second mag, I'm usually not going to go to slide lock. And if I do go to slide lock, it's going to probably be when I'm moving or when I'm getting, I'm going to try and plan that out. And I fucked myself anyway. So dropping the mag and racking the slide is not that big a deal. And with the 2011s rigged the way they are, and I'm going to have to do it on video at some point, but chambering around is insanely fast. Like you would not. You may have to watch a video a couple of times to know that I manipulated it enough to get around in.
Some of them you can air rack.
Yeah. Well, you mean Ninja Cock? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I can actually. You can. One of my 2011s, you can go like that, and it will literally cycle the slide.
Mm-hmm.
And I've watched Glocks will Ninja Cock. I watched a guy who I know for a fact he had an unloaded chamber, loaded mag, and he took off. You know, we were doing a stage, and he finished rifle, took off running, tripped, went head over ass, and this pistol came out at the. It's like a full bore run. A minute he tripped, that pistol came out, flew like 10 feet down, and it chambered around when it hit the ground.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's but yeah, it was it's pretty interesting the things that can happen with guns sometimes.
There are reasons, to have that and not have that, and to Uncle Gun's point.
Yeah.
The way I do it is I'll have an extra mag that I mod, and then
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if I'm
same
doing
thing.
something, if I'm doing something where I don't want to run then I'll make sure I run that mag.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm not fucking with the gun itself.
Well, we talked about it the other day. I think it was you and I talked about it the other day about how the 2011 oh no, it wasn't you and I was at my indoor range, and the Breakfast Club, which is the old guys
Right.
with whiter beards than me, go in every Monday, every morning at 9 a.m. when it opens, and they call them the coffee club, and they'll sit there, have their coffee, bullshit, go shoot 20 rounds and leave.
Yep.
And they will freak the fuck out if you dry fire a 1911. If you close the slide with the slide stop, they will freak the fuck out.
Not supposed to do that. Hardcore 1911 guys will tell you straight up, not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
And technically they're right. Technically they're right.
Well, they were right back when the guns were made in 1910 and 1912, and they had inferior steel.
Yes, originally they're right. Better turn of phrase, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I would never, if you had a vintage 1911 that was worth like 20 grand because it was made in, like, actually one came in the gun store the other day. It was a 1912 or 13 production date. It was the first. It was the first batch of guns made for
first gen, yeah,
for some military contract.
I
want to say military contract to some Army Reserve or something. Mm-hmm. And the guy and my buddy who works there tracked down the whole provenance of this pistol, and he's like, "Sir, I'm going to pay you $20,000 for your gun if you want to sell it today." And he's like, "And it's probably worth double that." And the guy's like, I think I'll just keep it.
Right.
Yeah. I'll just keep it. I've had it a long time. It was his dad's or something.
One of the guys who didn't need the money anyway.
Well, he might have needed the money, but I think it was his dad's or his granddad's or somebody. And like it had always been, and it's had two owners, right?
Yeah.
Or three owners. I mean, it's never left the family. And I have a buddy of mine in California who has the same thing. He has a 1911 that his grandfather was issued at the start or end of World War. I guess it would be the end of World War One, and it's never been to war, but they've had it in the family since like I want to say like 1916 or 1918. Yeah, and it's never been out of the family. It's never been restored. Is none of that.
All right.
So.
Very cool.
Yeah. And, but I would never drop a slide on that. I would never I don't know that I would shoot it because,
Yeah. Maybe some really light load stuff. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not throwing 280 grain ball in there.
I've got to own stuff that I know. And I say this as I'm looking really at 2-barreled actions right now. But I got plans for them eventually. That's why they're still here. But I've got to have stuff, and they will shoot. Technically, I guess. But like I gotta have stuff that I know will shoot. You know,
Hmm.
I don't do the wall
That's
hanger
me.
thing, and
Yeah.
so and I do have some old stuff. You know, mid late 1800s.
Hmm.
And it gets light loads, maybe wax slugs, you know, like
Hmm.
but I mean, I do pull triggers on them. Got to.
Yeah. I have an original Ruger 3 screw. I put that at somewhere probably around 1978, 79, 80 production.
Mhm.
I'll have to look. It's sitting right there. I just can't touch it. Um, and the it was never sent in to be have the hammer bar safety put in, and so I will never get rid of it ever. Um, and I really enjoy the gun. I would, and I only shoot. For a long time I only shot like 22 rat shot in it,
Mm,
like powder puff loads, Calibris and shit.
yeah.
Um, but now I would probably shoot because there's not. I mean, it's a modern gun. It's modern steel. There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
But I have to have guns that I know 100% of the time will go bang. And one of the most annoying things that I've ever had is I used to have a pistol that had a habit of the firing pin would get the firing pin channel would get clogged,
Uh-huh.
and you would just randomly get light strikes. I hated
Yeah.
that. Got rid of that. I didn't get rid of it. I got rid of the problem that was
Yeah.
causing that.
All right.
And I have a what is that thing? It's a Springfield Armory. What model is that thing? The XDM 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
Chrome slide, beautiful gun, looks great. Shot it in competition for a long time. Super accurate gun. The
Yep.
problem is the grip safety is just a thin piece of like almost stamped steel.
Mm-hmm.
And as I shoot it, I notice that as I shoot it, because the grip is a little bit slick,
Yep.
I notice that I'll start feeling like the gun has not gone into battery because I feel more resistance on the trigger, and it turned out to be the grip safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
And so I would be sitting there, and I'm like, man, why is this tough to pull? And I'm thinking, and of course, you start looking to see, do I have what problem do I have?
Yeah. Am I in battery? Did it reset? Yeah.
Yeah, what problem am I having? And the whole time it's just a fucking grip. So
Yep.
I've got to do something. And but I haven't shot that gun in a long time.
The grip zone.
Was it a Grip Zone
No.
XD? No, it's a
Not an XDM.
XDM, and it's an original like first series XDM.
Yeah, I've got a
Maybe
pre Grip Zone XD9. My XD9 was one of the first that came out. Very low serial number. Had to have been within the first like week that they hit the market or something.
Yeah.
Maybe even the first couple days. First batches that were ever let out to distributors. But and I haven't had a day's worth of trouble with that. And that one is usually this is how good of a handgun that gun has been. Back when we have constitutional carry here, and there's less and less people that go and get a license to carry, but back when it was the CHL, the concealed handgun license, and then also LTC, there would be people that would come out and shoot just to kind of get an idea of what gun they wanted or whatever maybe, and I would always offer to let them borrow it to go do their class.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, why don't you just borrow this, go do your class, get your license, pass all that, and you don't got to worry about buying anything right now necessarily,
Yeah, and that's what I do for a lot of people.
And that has taken more LTC classes. Like there is no telling, like dozens upon dozens of LTC classes.
So I do this thing.
Great handgun.
So I do this thing where when I go to a match, I carry and I carry double the equipment that I need.
Always, yeah.
So if I have, so I'll have a second pistol belt. If I, I'll have, spare shotgun gear, spare shotgun, spare rifle, pistol, all of it, everything, mag pouches, all of it. And that's because so you can show up to a match. If I'm there, you can show up with no gear, walk into the pro shop, buy yourself some factory 9mm, some factory, 223, 5.56, and some factory shotgun ammo, and run my guns. And I just give them to people. I'm like, here, just find me at the end of the day and give them back to me.
Yeah.
And
All right.
and it's, I find that to be just something that keeps people in the sport, but moreover, they don't expect that, and they don't have to go out and buy a gun, and then they get to see, hey, this is what a real 3-gun rifle should feel like, or this is what a real competition pistol should feel like.
Yeah.
So when they go into a gun store and they pick up that Taurus, whatever that fucking thing is,
GX4.
GX4, yes, thank you. And they go, this sucks, and then they go over and they pick up a Canic TPS9 or TP9 SFX. Then they go, oh, okay, this is closer to what I want, and then they go over and pick up that, they pick up a Kimber 211. Or is it 211? What is it? The Kimber one's different. It's a different designation.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But they pick up that Kimber and they run that slide on that Kimber, and they're like, okay, this is what it's supposed to feel like. And it saves them a lot of money, right? Because they don't buy 3 different pistols trying to get to the same place. And I have not done a concealed carry permit class since I was in California, and I went over to Arizona. I went to Arizona to shoot a match, and while I was there, I stayed an extra day and got the Arizona concealed carry permit because you don't have to be a resident, and it has a lot of states recognize it.
Yeah,
and so it was one on my list to get. There's like at one point in time there was a kind of a map of like 5 states that you needed, and you could carry pretty much everywhere.
Still is. Concealedcarry.com, I think, has it. And then I think maybe USCCA has one, maybe on their website.
Yeah. And that's, that was a big thing for me because I was traveling so much, and I really wanted to get that and make sure I had it.
Oh, fuck. Another super.
$2 from Bandit 848. I have both an original GX4 and a Canic SPX. I've not shot the SPX. I only have experience with the TP9 SFX. And I've never owned a GX4. There's like a decade or so of Taurus pistols that I did not own.
All right. Well, the GX4, it goes back into like what we were saying about the SD9. As long as you recognize what you've got with a GX4, you're fine. But I mean, if you break out a GX4 and you're thinking that's a Glock, or you're thinking that's whatever, like, it's not. So just recognize it for what it is, and you bought it cheap and be happy with it. What I will say about the GX4 is they've come a long way.
Yeah,
that is basically the great grandchild, so to speak, of the PT-111 fucking Millennium, which was a total garbage piece of shit from Taurus back in the day. And then they redesigned that into the G2 and the G2C and the G3, and now they got the G4X, and they've gotten a whole lot better. I'll give them credit for that. But it's still you've got a cheap Taurus, at the end of the day. And as far as the Canics, honestly, it don't even matter what fucking version you got of a Canics are fucking solid, man.
They are. It
really doesn't matter the model. The model just has to do with, do you have the fucking base trim or the high end trim? You know what I mean?
Well, I think the SFX has a little bit different trigger, and it can be changed easier.
Yeah, but I mean, you can also change the trigger in the cheap one. So
you can. It's harder, but you can.
Yeah.
So I agree with you on Taurus. I think Taurus is one of those brands that I liked when I was young. I actually had the PT-99 or 9, whatever it was, the knockoff Beretta that was made with Beretta tooling in a Taurus factory.
Yeah, that was a PT-92s. Yeah.
92. Okay.
Yeah.
And I actually loved that gun, and I actually liked it better than my Beretta that I had at the time because it did a couple of different things. And the Beretta,
Beretta went to at that time. You got to remember too. Beretta went to a slide mounted safety at that time.
Yes, that's why I like the Taurus
where the
better.
PT-92s kept the frame mounted safety. Now I'm
Yeah.
just the opposite, but I own some of the Gerson Regards, which is the
G slide,
which is the I mean, it's just like a fucking Beretta. In fact, it's more like a Beretta Brigadier. Is it a Brigadier? Or
I want a
Superior?
Brigadier. Somebody made a copy.
I think
Gershon
it's more
or
like a
somebody
Brigadier.
made a
It's
copy.
actually Gerson does. Yeah, yeah. Their Regard is a beefier Beretta. And so I really like those because it's the frame mounted safety. Now I don't got anything against the Taurus. I've got PT-92s as well. I love the 92 because somebody said it earlier in the chat. The 92 is just iconic. I love that silhouette and that profile just because it's iconic.
It is iconic. $10 comes in from the Department of Numismatics, Mr. Boulay. Hey, good to see you out there, buddy. Question for CloverTac. Does High Point sponsor competitive shooters? No, they do not. It would change my mind about them. I'm ready for sponsorship, and don't forget to wash with tactical soap today. That's
earlier. I did earlier with a Maverick, whatever the citrus scent of Maverick is.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
$2 comes in from Bandit 848. I think new Berettas are going to frame safety. I'm not aware of that. I know the Wilson Combat version of the Beretta has a.
They may be doing a model. That Beretta does a lot of interesting things.
Yeah. Well, they have what's called the G slide, and you can. So the real problem with the Beretta slide mounted safety is the movement that you have to make to engage the safety.
I agree. Just don't use it. It's double action. Who cares?
Right. And so the G slide reverses the movement to the more natural movement of pushing up rather than pulling down to get to safety. And it also, I think, gets rid of the decocker. Yeah. So it's also a lighter safety, so you can actually turn it off. Oh. I have been looking for a G slide for a while. For a while, they were really common, and then I kind of forgot about them, and then they were not common, and I should probably buy one the next time I see one and fix my Beretta up. But I don't shoot my Beretta enough. I know James Tarr, who's a gun writer right now, or who is a gun writer right now. That's what he's carrying is a Wilson Combat Beretta M9, and he loves that thing. He thinks it's the best thing since sliced bread. So, fair enough. If Bill Wilson did it, it's probably a really tremendously awesome firearm.
To Belay's super chat. First of all, fuck you. But second of all, it wouldn't surprise me to see some sponsored shooters from High Point for a couple of reasons. Number one is not with the handguns for obvious reasons, but with the pistol caliber carbines, and especially in something like maybe a steel challenge. And then with the HP, got to realize they've got the HP 15s now. So they've got the AR platform High Points now. Yeah. So you might see some eventually. Yeah. Those are still fairly new, but you may. But they don't spend a lot on the whole marketing side of things either.
They definitely do not.
They ride that cheap gun,
aesthetic
wave. I mean, they know what I've talked about several times.
They know their audience
is knowing, knowing what you got in the High Point. That's one thing I'll say about those fuckers. They know what they got.
Yeah. G slide is decocker only. That's right. He's right. It's decocker only, and it's a different direction or something like that. It's not a safety. So that's what it is. I don't have one of those. I need to get one. Then
the Gersons are that way. They're decocker only.
Yeah.
Mine are anyway.
So my fuck it button. My experience with CZ is I like their Tupperware guns, and I love the metal guns, except they break. but I have a CZ P10C, which is just a tactical Tupperware. It's a better Glock. Like everything about it is like a 20. Pardon me, is like a G19, except it's better, and I love that gun. The grip texture is better. The sights are better. The recoil bore axis is better. Is just a better gun. And what's interesting is I've had multiple people over the years sell their CZ P10 or P10C to go back to a Glock and regret it. And they're like, I never should have sold this, or I never should have traded this. And I'm like, yeah, that's a mistake on your part.
Right.
But I love the P10C. I think the P10C is, I mean, it was for a long time, it was my daily carry, carried it everywhere, all of that, and love it. My only issue with it, if it is an issue, is mine has the XS sight, which is like the dot the eye thing, and I hate that.
The
that
big
sight.
dot makes this big dots.
Yeah, it's just got the big dot and the
Yeah, the XS big dots. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate that. I hate that sight, and
Really?
but I do. I really do.
I depending on what you're doing, I guess. I'm trying to think if I'm necessarily a fan of those.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think I mind them, but I don't know that I would say I was a fan of them.
My CZ has a red dot plate, and I'm just going to put a red dot on it. It's taken me 6 years to get around to it, but I'm going to just put a dot on it. The thing is that I shoot that gun well enough with its goofy sights that it only bothers me when I'm like, training with it. It only bothers me when I'm like, if I had to use it in a gunfight, it wouldn't bother me at all. But and it would not impede my performance. But
Not Laws is going Ninja Turtle on us out there.
I know he's like, you run out of bullets. Here's the thing.
So first of all, it's cute that you assume that I would fucking run out of bullets.
that's a ballsy cute statement right there.
But let's grant that premise for a minute and say, who said I didn't have bows, motherfucker? So good luck.
We all know I've got a bow.
So good luck getting close enough. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. But I love the P10C. I love the P09. It's a great competition gun. They're again, they're tactical Tupperwares. So
where do you come down on the Scorpion?
I love the Scorpion. I just wish. All right, so I have had bad luck with the Scorpion.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work for me, and it literally.
I know several people that have said that and traded them off for other things and whatever.
Yeah, I wish it worked better, and the recoil impulse is a little odd for a PCC. I actually the other night, while Mooncake was on Discord about something, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Well, I just machined out this lower, and I'm building up a new PCC." And I sent her a picture of it when it was done. I'm like, I'm just got to build this rifle here real quick.
Right.
And I shot that rifle the very next day on the range and sighted it in, and then shot it in a match on the third day.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess if you put them together right, you can do what you want to do. But my I've actually become I am a absolute 100% fan in PCCs of the Colt Mag version AR-15.
Mm-hmm.
They just work.
Yeah.
They
you don't got the compatibility, easy to get mags. The uppers, but you don't have the feed ramp issues. You don't have the chamber issues. All of that stuff. What a lot of people don't realize is that the transition from the magazine up the feed ramps into the chamber is going to depend a lot on your barrel, your magazines, like all that comes into play. And the Colt stuff is more tailored to work together and consistent.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just, and I'm using modified Uzi mags. So
Yeah.
because they're the same.
Yeah. Hmm.
And I have, I just don't. I do have a Glock mag version of the AR-15 and of the AR-15 PCC, and it works fine. It actually works perfect. No jams, no problems. It'll shoot light ammo, all of that stuff. The problem is when as long and that's with 23 round mags. So it's a 21 no, yeah, 20 it might be 21 round mag because it's 21 round mag. So it's a 17 round mag with the mag extension, which makes it 21. And they work perfect with 21 round mags. I have not yet had it work with a 26 or 30 round mag, which are the extended factory Glock mags. I'm going to try it with a drum, and if I can make the drum work, then it'll be fine. But it's just the mags are just the problem.
Yeah.
But
Right.
I don't. But the 32 round Colt mags are. I mean, yeah, they're heavy. Yeah, they're hard to find. Yeah, they're expensive when you do find them. Whatever, doesn't matter. I only need 5 of them, so it's not like I need 100. And you know, but that Colt, man, it runs. And so I think the PCC stuff is pretty interesting to me. So Bucket Button says he's never had a complete failure on. I'm assuming this is his. What is this? Mullet Scorpion are the ones that still peen. I'm not really sure. You think they would correct that for being such a popular firearm?
Right.
The Scorpion is the rifle. They still have a pistol, but they have a rifle. And the problem is that it was designed as a full automatic rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And then they've changed it to be legal to sell for the American market. And to be honest with you, the BRNO, which is CZ, I don't think they did a very good job, personally. And maybe I've just had a bad one. Maybe I'm that happens. Certainly, I've gotten bad guns where everybody else is like, oh yeah, mine runs fine. I'm like, yeah, mine fucking doesn't. And so maybe that's the case. But B&T probably makes a better Scorpion than CZ does right now. So,
Well,
versions.
I lied earlier. So since we're talking CZ,
yeah,
because I'd said I've got a 75 and an 85. If you want to go old school, I've actually got a 70 and a 52 as well.
I don't have anything that old. What am I debating tonight? Well, Blizza
Gun prattle time.
Blizza 81. So the debate was earlier. I'm just sitting around bullshitting about. We're talking about guns, specifically. No specific guns. We're prattling.
A lot of Taurus out there for some reason. Fuckers.
Yeah,
a lot of
everybody loves
CZ.
Taurus. Yeah,
Fuckers.
I like CZ a lot. And then I'm about to trigger my buddy Clovertack here by bringing up the fact that one of my favorite guns to shoot is the Glock 7. Well, it's not a 17. It's a Glock 35, I think is what they call it, which is the 17 sized 45 gap. Is one of my favorite guns to shoot.
Yeah, you and your 45 gap. What the fuck?
It's awesome, man. And I had an XD single stack concealable gun.
Yeah,
I had one of those in 45 gap, and I was like,
well,
I had a weak moment, and somebody was like, "Hey, sell that to me," and I'm like, "Yeah, all right." And then I've regretted it. I've never been able to find another one. Like, cannot find one. I've had his Scorpion for a while. Haven't shot it yet.
Wow.
You should clean and lube it.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about. So
how do you find?
I got a call earlier. I've got to go in and work at the gun shop Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I would be willing to bet that there is still, I don't know how long they've been in there. There's still at least two 45 gap Glocks on the in the case in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
You should
doubt
buy
either
one.
one of them. Doubt either one of us. I don't want to have to. I don't want to find ammo for them and shit. I
What?
really
But
don't.
it's 45 ACP. You just cut it down a little. You put it in your case trimmer and you trim it down. It's easy.
Yeah, I
So
get it.
how do I find ammo for it? So I bought a shit ton of Spear law enforcement ammo a few years ago,
Mhm.
and I just cut down 45 ACP. If I get desperate, I just cut down 45 ACP. It's super easy.
Right.
You just put it in your case trimmer. You go and
Sure. Kind of, yeah.
it's done. And
Or
it's like
just
one of the
or
easiest.
just call up Starline and say, "Hey, fuckers, send me some 45 gap brass."
They probably have a bunch they'd like to get rid of.
Probably.
Yeah. And they'll cut it down for you.
Say, hey, you want a couple of ads on some videos? Send me some brass, motherfucker.
Yeah, there you go. But it's a Gen 3 mullet, baby. It's a Gen 3.
Gen 3 is the best gen.
It is.
Gen 3 is the best if you like finger grooves. Gen 2 is the best if you don't.
Gen 3 is the best if you want it to work most of the time.
It's probably true.
CloverTac does not have a store. CloverTac helps out at his local gun store several times a week because why would he not?
Yeah, I'm a employee, so to speak, even though I've never actually gotten paid.
A paycheck.
Actual
They do all of his transfers for free.
Yeah, I get all my transfers for free. I get smoking fucking deals when I'm there. I get to sell stuff in there and keep all the money. Like I don't got to pay a commission or that'd be a commission, wouldn't it?
Yeah. That's
so I have perks.
Yeah.
And it's not multiple times a week. It's a couple days a month, typically on average.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, unless somebody gets like deathly ill or some kind of vacation or something, and then it can be maybe 5 or 6 days a week. But typically, I mean a month. But typically only like a couple a month. Yeah, I told him, I'm like, yeah, not a problem. I can be there Tuesday. I said, we leave for shot Thursday. So like. You're fucked for like 2 weeks. I hate to tell you, because we always take our time coming back. We don't get in a hurry.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Why would you get in a hurry?
Yeah. Not after shot week, because that's a rough ass week.
Long week. Yeah.
Yep. A lot going on and very little sleep.
That's true. Yeah. Glenn. I just asked Mooncake if she was enjoying the gun prattle, and she's like, I don't really understand it. That's okay. Don't worry. That's all right. Nobody, it's just a whole other language, really.
Somebody's not understanding the gun prattle?
Yeah. Mooncake, she was on the show a week or so ago.
Well, you just need to hang around more. You'll pick it up.
You need to, just
not that
buck
fucking
up.
hard.
Just buck up.
Yeah.
So one of my other favorite guns,
I
have a Steyr L9A1.
I'm okay with that. Steyrs, solid.
Yeah, the Steyr, and it's got the Star Wars sighting system. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to shoot a video of that gun because nobody will really truly understand what it is if they.
You're like me. You've got some pretty cool shit. What you should do with the Gun Prattle channel is you should play the shorts game.
Yeah.
A little bit. I wouldn't go balls deep heavy into it because it could be detrimental. You'll build an audience of people that don't give a fuck about anything but 15-second videos. But it can certainly help get the starting out. It certainly can help get the view numbers,
drive traffic.
Yeah, the subscriber numbers up, right? And just take them out, take them to the range, and just do literally a 15-second fucking short or something with a cool fucking gun of some kind.
I mean, I've got some. I mean,
you can do well. You can do well
the L9A1 is a rare beastie. I also have a Springfield XD Tactical in 45. which I've actually never seen another one, and it's an olive drab.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've never seen another one. I actually got it from some guy who was on he was on a shooting team that did maybe like Camp Perry stuff, things like that. And he gave with the pit. So I don't know what I traded him. I don't remember what it was, but he traded me the pistol and 2 ammo boxes of Federal Gold Medal Match 230 and 185 grain ammo for that gun. And it was one of the coolest deals I've ever done. And I still have most of the ammo because I just don't shoot 45 that much. And the gun hasn't been out of the case. I bet that gun hasn't been out of its case in 10 years.
Yeah.
I need to go open it up and go shoot it. But
Man,
I've never seen another XD tactic. I've never seen an XD tactical, first of all.
I've got stuff in there, non-safe queen stuff, right?
Yeah.
And non-antique stuff. That stuff doesn't get shot ever or very often for a reason. So not talking about that. I've got stuff in there that I probably hadn't shot in 20 years, and it's like I need to go through that shit. I need to pick a month. Maybe I'll do it during the summer. I'll pick a month, and then like every weekend I'll take out like 20 guns or something. Just run a mag through them, or a cylinder, or a tube, or something. Depending on what they are, just to get rounds down range. Say I've shot them in 20 years.
Yeah, so the way that I ended up with the Steyr is I knew somebody who was part of the original Glock assessment team or whatever. And he had this thing. I guess I gave it to him for free. And he's like, yeah, it's a great gun. I'll never shoot it again. And I'm like, well, I want it. So I paid him, I think, $500 for it or something.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. That seems to be the average trading price when I buy a gun, is around $500.
Yeah, it's a good solid number for most people, I think.
Yeah. But I really like that. Bandit, you have a Dillon 650. Has it blown the primer tube through your ceiling yet?
Dillon 650. Good old Dillon. If it does, Dillon will replace that shit.
Well,
they will for me.
Maybe.
And they used to be really, really good at it.
Yeah, I've heard the opposite is maybe the new standard there. I'm sad if that's the truth.
Yeah.
I switched to a Frankfurt X10. Well, actually, so I swallowed the blue Kool-Aid.
FA's been doing some. They started out, they were some cheap shit.
Yeah,
they've come a long way.
They really.
And I think since when AOB acquired them, it's really when they brought it on. I think they because AOB, of course, is Caldwell and Wheeler and all those companies, and when they consolidated in with them, that's when I think they got. It was a small company, and I think they didn't have the budget and the means to really R&D and do some stuff. Yeah. The tumbler, the wet tumbler from
I've got one.
Is the thing with Frankfurt Arsenal, probably that's really started them out.
Well, it launched them. I have, and I never knew that I had so many Frankfurt Arsenal things until I went just kind of looking around. I have their folding reloading bench. I have the wet tumbler. I have their brass dryer.
Right.
I have
that brass dryer is cool.
Yeah, brass dryer is amazing. I've got a bunch of their like hand tools and stuff, and I've got at least 2 Frankfurt Arsenal calipers, and I bought the X10 press. Now I started way back in the day. I started out with a Lee single stage O-frame press, the classic that I bought for probably like $150 when I was in college, literally 30 years ago.
Brand new, 150 bucks, right?
Brand new,
Yeah,
with every exact, like ready to reload,
Yeah,
like
right.
ready to load cartridges. Came with a set of dimes.
Yeah.
And I bought that thing, and I had this, and powder was cheap, and so I reloaded 9mm, one shell at a time, and I reloaded 45 and 357.
Yeah.
And then over the years, I kind of got out of the habit of it, and just then I ended up selling that stuff off at basically yard sale prices because I was moving or something.
Yeah.
And then I had bought a Dillon 650, and I was going to do high volume 9mm, and maybe I was shooting 40 at that time as well, and I had 45, so I was just going to be a pistol guy. And about a year into, maybe a little less than a year into owning it, I had my first primer tube explosion.
Oh wow!
And
I haven't had one at all.
Yeah, what happens is the plastic pieces wear out.
Yeah,
and then the primer can actually like slip down, and then you move the press, and it'll set the primer off. And the way the tube is set up, it ignites the entire tube.
Right. Yeah.
The first time, it surprised me, scared me a little bit. Threw primers all over my loading room, which was in my house or apartment rather, and scared the shit out of everybody. I had welfare checks come by and all that, and so that was the first time. Was exciting, but not. It was dramatic, but not like. It was like, okay, don't do that again, dumbass.
Right.
And the second time it happened, it embedded pieces of the primer tube in the drop ceiling.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, fuck this. I'm done. So I sold it off, and I bought a Lee Loadmaster and a Lee Classic turret press for the same money. Yeah. And I ended up with like 2 or 3 Loadmasters, and I could and they work perfect. But I did all my priming off of the press. The only problem that I ever had with the Loadmaster was the priming system was
good. That's me. And even usually if I'm running on and I've got a 550.
Okay.
But I've had it for a very, very, very long time. I typically, part of my brass prep, because I'm bougie. Like I wet tumble.
Yeah.
I want the shit to basically be brand fucking new.
I used to deep prime.
And so I will, once I get everything done and the brass sized, and I'll do everything. It's sized and primed and everything, right? So most of that is done off press anyway. It's while I'm sitting around. So while I do have the 550, and that's nice for especially like 5.56 and 9mm and things that you're going to do bulk, especially.
Yeah.
I don't use it nearly as much. When you said the classic turret from Lee is amazing. I've got a classic 4-hole turret.
Yep.
And I've had it forever. And it is the press I use the most to this day. It always has been, and it still is.
I still use mine.
It's fast enough, while at the same time being so simple to use and swap out and operate, that it allows for small batch stuff. So if I need to go hunting and I just need a box or two or whatever, right?
Right.
And it's not the ordeal of swapping out the
tool plate.
And then I've got my 50 press, and it's a Lee, and that's, holy shit, if you've never reloaded 50, that's like wrestling a fucking polar bear. So,
I've heard that. Yeah.
Oh my God. I actually built an extended handle for it. It's wonder it ain't broke. It's a testament to actually how tough Lee shit is. But I actually had to build an extended handle because I was literally like hanging from the handle and shit trying to, it's a pain in the ass sizing 50, man.
Yeah. So I went from the Loadmaster to the Frankfurt, and only because it was such a great fucking deal.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so my Lee Loadmasters were great, and I'm like you, I'm the same way with the brass. Like I would deprime on the I have a Lee depriming station.
I've got a
And
handy primer. I handy prime usually while I'm sitting and just I'll turn on a television show and sit there and do it.
Well, this has
In
a
a
collator, and
in a Rubbermaid tub.
yeah, I would dump in like 50 cases or whatever, and it sit there and just, and it just burns through them, and then and I deprime off I would deprime on the I had the Lee depriming press where it just run through that. All it did was deprime.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put those in the wet tumbler and wet tumble them because I wanted even the primer pockets to look brand new.
Now, do you use stainless rods, stainless BB, or both?
So I use stainless steel pins.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
But I was watching some guy the other day, and he doesn't use anything, and his brass is as clean as mine.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's like using like once fired stuff from an indoor range where it doesn't get dirty, and all he's really doing is washing off the gunpowder residue, or if he's using, if he's, like I get stuff from everywhere. So,
well, it depends on. I think it depends on the setup. I've done it a bunch of different ways. I found that the stainless BBs big enough to not get stuck in a flash hole. I like that. I think I like that better. It doesn't take a whole lot of them. And then mine, of course, you talk about wet tumbling. So mine's homemade. Because there wasn't really any such thing on the market at the time that I built this.
Do you ever see Jerry Mikulik using the Harbor Freight
the rock
cement
tumbler?
mixer?
Or the cement mixer? Yeah.
He uses a cement mixer to tumble his brass.
But so the drums, back in the day, there's people that wet tumbled that found ways, and that's me. I built this one. But the two drums, this one has two drums on it.
Yeah.
And the drums, I have agitators. No, I mean this one that I built. You don't have the one I built.
I have one of the Harbor Freight ones.
But I made sure I put agitators in there, and so it also depends on how those agitators are set up. I think makes a difference. Not whether or not it has them. They definitely need them. You need agitators, but it depends on how they're set up. I think makes a difference. And then to dry, I've got a commercial dehydrator that I picked up really cheap back in the day that I use, and I still use that stuff. I haven't bought any modern production because all that shit still works. I mean, it's all homemade, built right, built solid. Like why fuck with it if it ain't broke?
So I have I had a Lyman big bowl dry tumbler, and it shit the bed at some point, and I don't remember. I don't know which dry tumbler. It might be a Frankfurt. It's whatever they had at Sportsman's when I needed one.
I've had a Frankfurt dry tumbler. I ended up selling it with a bunch of the reloading stuff, and I've still got my Dillon dry tumbler.
Yeah,
and media separator. I've got the set.
Yeah,
the big Dillon dry tumbler and the big media separator. It's fucking huge.
So I use. I'm going to answer Mr. Boulay here. You got the Rock Crusher, looks factory fresh. Does anybody make an adapter kit to turn into a progressive press? Not that I'm aware of. You are better off buying the Frankfurt X10. I'm just telling you, and do it when they got the deal where it's like $1,000 and you get a free shell plate or something. Because they'll do that deal maybe once a year or so. But
have you seen the Lyman? The Lyman, I don't remember what number it is. Like turret press, that's got like the 8. It's like an 8-hole turret, or is it a 6?
Yeah, I have seen that
or something. That's a nice press. I don't have it, but I know some people that
Frankfurt's releasing a new turret press in the next few weeks.
Yeah. I've seen that. They'll probably have it at SHOT. Matter of fact.
Yeah, I hope they do.
Yeah.
So all right. So anyway, so my process with pistol brass is I bring it home, and I used to dry tumble it first, but now I don't. I skip the dry tumble. I go directly to deprime. I put it in the wet tumbler. I wet tumble it till it's clean, and then I dry it. I don't find that I need to rinse after wet tumble Bandit. Mine comes out looking brand new.
I do,
But I use a
by the way.
dryer. I use the dryer.
I rinse. I rinse.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't. Well, you know what? I do kind of rinse it because I do rinse it. But it,
What I do, so what I do when it comes out of the wet tumbler, it goes into, and I use my big
a
Dillon.
5-gallon bucket of
My
water.
I use my big Dillon media separator, right?
Mm,
And
yeah.
so I put into my big media separator, and what I will do is I will set the media separator at a little bit of an angle.
hmm
The tub that it's in, because it's in this huge fucking tub. It's huge, this media separator.
Yeah.
And then as I crank the handle to separate the media, I just run the water hose over it.
Mm. Yeah.
That's how I do it.
I use my Lyman media separator, which looks like a gold pan with a bunch of holes in it, and
Uh-huh.
I put brass in there. Because I'm trying to get all the pins out. I run the magnet over it. I rinse it. I run the magnet over. I rinse it, and then whatever.
Yep.
So I guess I do rinse it, and then I dry it, and then if it's 9mm, it's going on the progressive press. And it'll prime and do everything with the X10. It's all one operation. And then when I'm done with it, with pistol, I don't do it that much, but sometimes I'll dry tumble after I load them. I don't normally do it with pistol anymore, but almost all of my rifle ammo, I dry tumble after.
I will. So sometimes you get that tarnish.
Mm-hmm.
You get some corrosion style issues and some
Well, it's
things.
with rifle ammo, you're using that lube,
and I will dry tumble a lot of times that stuff just to clean it up.
Yeah,
Because that's just like cancer. If it starts to get on there and you don't take care of it, it's gonna be to where you can't shoot it later. So if I notice the least little bit in a box when I'm looking around,
and
I will throw that in a dry tumbler real quick.
I use that Flitz tumbler. It comes in a gray bottle. I have to go look and see what it is, but it might be a Hornady product, but it's like a polish that you put in your tumbling media to activate.
Flitz, but
yeah, and
no. I use car. I use New Finish.
Oh, do you really? I may try that.
It's in a green. I mean, not green. It's in an orange, like AutoZone. It's in an orange bottle. That's what I use.
So Bandit 78. When I was, I used to use, and I may have been using something like a car polish or something like that. And I had a problem with clumping when I would dry tumble pistol brass, where I would get these. I would get media that the brass would still have a little water in it, or it would get the polish and a bunch of media together and clump. And then what would happen is that it would load fine, but it wouldn't fire, or it would squib, one of the two. And it wouldn't let enough powder in there. Is a pain in the ass. So the way I combat that is I use the polish, and I make sure that I let the tumbler run quite a bit before I put the brass in, so that all that polish is broken down. And I use a dryer sheet in there as well to keep the dust down.
Yep.
That seems to help.
Yep.
And then I always, with pistol brass, I always use a flashlight and check every single casing to make sure that there's nothing lodged in there, because that has caused me problems. With rifle, I've never had a problem. With rifle, I wet tumble, dry tumble, but I don't generally dry tumble unassembled rifle rounds. I usually just wet tumble. It goes wet tumble, rinse, dry, onto the press. Then I lube it, and then it goes onto the press. And then once it comes off of the press, before it's just sitting there loaded, and I just throw it in the tumbler for at least 30 minutes. And I find what that does is it gives the combination of the polish that's in the walnut shell or corn cob, either one, and the combination of the polish in the corn cob or walnut, the remaining lube
Base lube,
from
yep.
from the where you lubed it before you loaded it.
Yep.
That you get your 223 will come out, or 308 or 6.5 Grindle or whatever. Your rifle round is going to come out slick as glass.
And
It
I only
feels like it's oily.
wax.
Mm.
So like size and wax.
Mhm.
That's my, for years that's been my go-to.
Mm.
And
I use Hornady one-shot spray.
that's okay. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I usually will use that to spray, like when I clean my dyes and lube, like in my dye, I'll do that. But
So
as far as the cases themselves, I use size and wax.
Yeah.
And it's really important to get that off.
Yeah. So the way that I do it is I take a Ziploc bag and I spray down the sides of it with the lube.
And then roll them around.
And then I just roll them around.
Yeah.
And it works perfect. Now, if
Don't
you've
take
got to
much.
do if you're neck sizing a thicker case like a 308 or something usually in a 308 family, 25-06, something like that,
Or Magnum caliber.
or Magnum caliber, then you need to get your the Hornady. I use a Hornady Unique or whatever it is, the lube that comes in a tub, or
Yeah, it looks like pomade. Yeah.
Yeah. And I use that with
size and wax, but yeah.
So it's size and wax. And I use that on the neck of the bullet because I'm not worried about it getting the powder wet or anything.
Yeah. So Steven out there had a question that is valid. It says, what's the purpose of making the ammo look pretty exactly? And here's my take on that. If the ammo looks pretty, that means it's not dirty, there's no residue, and so it's going to be clean when it goes into my chamber. Pretty ammo is clean ammo to me. So like, I don't want to put dirty, nasty, fucking gritty, grimy ammo in my chamber.
Yeah. I have
and here's another reason, but this is more so for the wet tumbling thing, because I think somebody had that question too earlier. And getting things pristinely fucking clean and all this other shit. So I will load up a lot of times if I need, a couple of boxes, 20 or 40 rounds, I may load several hundred because I'm already doing it, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a matter
Especially
of scale. It's a
progressive.
matter of scale when you're reloading. And if you're going to set everything up and whatever, like if you've already got the brass there ready to go and whatever, you might as well fucking, instead of loading 40, load 200, right? Well, here's the thing. It may be a year or 2 or 5 before I fucking shoot that ammo. And for me, in my brain, the cleaner everything is when I put it together, the less apt that there's going to be some residue that over time can affect that ammo where it doesn't work properly.
Yeah. So I'm along the same lines, except that I have to inspect all of my ammo because I don't want to split case. Understand that when I'm shooting, a lot of my shooting is at a flat range, just sitting there, putting holes in paper at a leisurely pace. But almost equally large chunk is when I'm going really fast and I need to shoot accurately. And if the gun goes click and doesn't go bang, that's a problem.
Right.
But if the gun goes click, doesn't go bang, and the case is split, so I rack it and half the case comes out, leaving a bunch of shit in the gun. Now I've got to, now I have to break the gun down.
Yep.
Or anything like that. I don't want those problems. And I routinely find things. I find, buddy fuckers all the time where, you'll just pick up a case that looks beautiful until you turn it around and it's got a split right down the center of it. Or you get a rifle case that's been fired 10 times and it's just waiting for case neck separation, which will just completely fuck you up. So for me, I want pretty ammo. I want to see any defect in the brass. I want to see any nicks on the rim. or anything like that, so that I can identify that, hey, this is a round that we shoot at the bench under control, where it
Yep.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, like, oh, this was brass that was shot out of an AK. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
yeah, or a
Like, you can
Glock.
tell, you can damn sure tell that on the rim, like,
Yeah,
for sure on
yeah,
a because AK is some violent shit when it extracts, boy.
yeah. Well,
Woo.
and Glock bulge, if you've got a Glock
Uh-huh.
19, and you can get Glock bulge,
Well, you
and
can size that out with the right dies.
yeah, you can size it out, but I want to know. I don't want to be able to look at it, and if your ammo's dirty, it's just not clean enough.
Hard to
It's
tell. Yeah.
hard to tell, and
Mhm.
it's just not worth it.
Yep.
Plus, the cleaner the primer pocket is, the better the primer seats, the more consistent ignition is,
Yep.
and the more accurate my ammo is.
Yep.
Everything I do, most of the things I do with ammo, even with pistol ammo, is aimed to more accuracy, more consistent. I use
Well,
one of the whole reasons I went to the Frankfurt X10 is because the powder drop that they're using is the style that is one of the most accurate powder drops that you can buy for a progressive press. You only get more accurate by trickling. And so that was one of the selling features of the X10, is that I knew that I could buy that press. It came with the powder measure, and that powder drop, I dropped 3.4 grains of E3 powder for my 9mm loads. And I can literally, you can literally randomly pull 5 cases as you work, you can just like randomly pull 5 cartridges
Mhm.
before we seat the bullet and weigh each one of them, and they're going to come in at 3.4 grains. Right now, they're not 3.400 whatever, which is what you might get with with my powder drop, but or my powder trickler, more accurate. But it's good enough for pistol. It's the same thing with the primer pockets. I swage every primer pocket. They don't need to, but it uniforms that primer pocket so that I don't have one primer seated deeper than another,
Mhm.
or something like that. So it's with pistol ammo, even with pistol ammo, it's about accuracy, but with rifle ammo, it's really about accuracy. The only reason I use a progressive press is I do so much prep off of the bench that by the time the cases are ready to go be loaded on the progressive, everything is perfect. And so that's why I do it. And then and all of my rifle rounds get tumbled, dry tumbled. Now I don't use a powder that has a problem with that. There are some powders that if you dry tumble them,
Mhm.
they could break down in theory, but
Well,
I think that's shitty. So I
I
wouldn't.
did, like I said, me, it's the risk mitigation for longevity. And
Mhm.
so when we were talking earlier about the FRT thing, so I put an FRT in one of my 300 blackout SBRs
Mhm.
and took it out, to function test or whatever. And I just grabbed a box that I had loaded at some point, right? And
Mhm.
until now, I didn't even know when that was loaded. While you were talking just now, I walked over here to the cabinet, pulled it, and looked because all my shit's labeled. And I looked at the date on it. This was loaded in '07.
Yeah,
The ammo I shot the other day to function test that. I mean, it all fired without a hitch, right?
I
And it was
have
loaded in '07. So, yeah.
I I have some 6 mil AR um, that I loaded in probably 2016, 2015,
Mhm. Yeah.
sitting on the
Oh,
shelf.
I'm sure.
And I've got
I,
a ton of 300 blackout that I loaded back even before that, probably 2015. That's
Yeah.
when I loaded it.
I am sure if I go through this cabinet and look, because I've got one cabinet that is all projectiles, and then I've got one that's my reloaded ammunition that stays separate from the factory stuff.
Mhm.
Um, and so I'm sure if I go through this locker, basically is what it is, big locker. Um, I'm sure I got some stuff that's 20 plus years old, easy in there,
Mhm.
easy in there
Yeah.
somewhere. Who
Yeah.
knows what cartridge or
Yeah.
caliber it is? It could be 357, 44. It could be any number of things. But I'm
Yeah.
positive there's going to be some in there that's that old.
I think we've all got those couple of boxes of ammo that the paper boxes are about worn through because they've been moved from one place to the other so many times.
So many times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the way mine is all organized. Is I actually have the cardboard with the foam inserts.
Mm.
I mean, it looks like basically factory ammo with the way I did the labels.
Yeah.
And I even go as far as I've got a barcode generator on my label program, and basically I can go in and open up a thing and I basically input the load data, and it prints the barcode, and
nice.
I can literally go
Scan that
through
with
this
your phone.
cabinet. I can literally go through this cabinet and scan barcodes
Mm-hmm.
and shit on it. I don't even have to really read the fucking label if I don't want to, which is neat.
Yeah, we have Cam the King here, the Out on a Limb guy.
Oh, is that who that is?
Yeah, still got relationships with old vendors I dealt with for years. The price I pay, oftentimes the labor it takes to reload isn't worth it unless I need something special for hunting.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, right now, reloading is.
Oh, there ain't no right now. From here forward, it's not. It'll never get back to where, like bulk 9mm and bulk 5.56 and shit. I don't ever foreseeing it getting back that way. And the reason that is, like Hodgdon is scaling back on their powder production now, and there's a lot of shit going on in the reload world that's only going to make it fucking worse. And that, even if ammo prices go up with the other things that are going on, it's never coming back around to where you spend a weekend loading 9 and you got 2,000-3,000 rounds of 9mm and you've saved a ton of money. That's not.
I still save money doing it though. I still say so. Like I buy. Well, I mean,
I do because I would agree with you in one sense. And that sense is I have not bought any reloading components in probably at least 10 years because I bought so much over the years that I've got, I mean, various cartridges and calibers and whatever. I've got enough reloading components, granted, across many different calibers.
Sure.
That I could probably load 200, 300,000 rounds. That's how much shit I've got here to be able to reload. So I stocked up like sales that happened, whatever. And I'm sitting real pretty because of that right now. But if I ever burn through this, that's why it was kind of funny when Not Mods was like, "Hey, you'll run out of ammo." I'm like,
yeah,
okay. And I just bought 1,000 rounds of ammo 2 days ago of commercial stuff. You know what I mean? So it ain't like this is all I've got. But yeah, I mean, if I ever run through this or whatever, like
I think people's argument against reloading right now is weak because let's say that, well, first of all, I'm buying two. I usually buy at least two. More often I buy 4,000 124 grain jacketed hollow points in 9mm, and they cost me the same as they did 10 years ago at about $89 per thousand. I think they might be $92 per thousand now, but it's still, it's not bad. And that's shipped. That's delivered to me. Or it was. That they may have changed shipping in the last few months. I don't know. But I'm just saying last time that was shipped to me, so that's a pretty good deal. That's cheaper than plated lead bullets. And I'm getting jacketed hollow points, which are more accurate.
Yeah.
And so then I buy powder. I buy powder by the drum, by the jug, by the 8-pound, usually 8-pound jug.
Yeah.
And I save a little bit of money there. Now I don't save as much as we used to. It used to be that you would save several dollars per.
Do you split out and vacuum seal, or how do you manage?
I burn through it so fast.
Do you? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And so
I don't do anything. That's another thing that's really fucking cool. I've got powder in there that those cans have been opened. Some of them are literal cans, right? That's how old the shit is.
Yeah, IMR.
And it will, like, literal metal cans.
I have a picture in my
and
head of you having a can of Green Dot, like in
they
the
have
original
been,
Green
there
Dot
might
can.
very well could be. But anyway, I've got multiple cans, and most of it's plastic jugs. It's newer stuff, but there is some older stuff in there. And I can go in there right now, load up some shit with that, and it'll run, it'll fire.
Yeah.
It won't. I mean,
I
and
haven't had
guess
any of the
it's
issues
just,
other
I
people
guess
have.
I've just been really lucky in that it's been
Yeah, you
stored
live in
properly.
the right climate, right?
Yeah, it's been stored properly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I buy that. I get range brass for nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I don't pay or I buy ammo and I just harvest the brass. So it's a two for one. It's a twofer for me.
I get range lead for nothing too for my casting, which, yeah.
Yeah, I don't cast, but and then primers. I bought so many I just the other day had to buy primers for the first time in like 5 years. And I bought 5,000 primers, and they were $6 $100, $5 100, 5 something 100, whatever they were. They were double what they used to cost me, but still they weren't like $100 per thousand like they were. Right. So so that's fine. And so I can assemble round. So I can right now, the cheapest 9mm ammo I can buy currently is either Winchester white box or Blazer 124 grain.
Blazer's okay. Winchester's shit.
Yeah, that's kind of, and the Remington's just a shit. So, but they're all hovering the $11.90 in my area, $11.99 to $12.99 a box range. And so I actually I get better ammo at the same or slightly, now we're talking pennies here, less cost, but I'm not buying 100 rounds. I'm not buying 500 rounds. I'm buying 4,000 rounds at a time.
Yeah.
And I burn through them. And honestly, a few years ago, SIG did a bunch of us a solid, and they were a friend of mine was doing a bunch of training, and so he needed to order a pallet or two of ammo, and he's like, hey, if you want in on this, we'll buy a bunch, and they cut us a fucking sweet deal, and I enjoy, I mean, we got cheap ammo out of it.
The SIG ammo. Yeah, SIG ammo is good ammo.
SIG training. The SIG has a bunch of different versions, but it's this.
All the SIG ammo is good shit.
Yeah, it's great ammo.
Their V Crown is a very capable self-defense ammo.
Yeah, and so, but I can't find manufacturers or distributors that are willing to sell a pallet of ammo at a big enough discount to make it worth it.
Yeah.
And they used to. So right now, reloading from a cost perspective, reloading is probably for me still viable. I am saving money doing it. I'm not doing it just for accuracy. Now, one of the interesting things, and I'm going to have to jump off here in a few minutes, but one of the interesting things is that because I travel to matches so much, I have taken it upon myself to make sure that I can walk into a Sportsman's or Bass Pro anywhere in the country, or Shields or whatever, and go to the shelf, and they will have the ammo that will work in my gun. So I spend every year I go see what's available at Sportsman's and Bass Pro, and Shields if there's one in my area. I'll go and I'll see, so this year you can't buy the Fiocchi Sporting Dynamics that I used to buy. That's all gone now. I can't buy it anymore.
Right.
So there's no point in it, but I'll get Winchester white box. I'll get Frontier. I'll get all of the 223 ammo that fits my rifle in 55 grain, and I'll shoot it, and I'll see what's best, works in my gun.
That Frontier is
awesome.
It's some pretty good stuff.
Amazingly good. Yeah. Winchester's 5.56 quality has gone up since they took over the Lake City.
I'll tell you, I'll tell you one I'm not a fan of, and I love Bass Pro. Herders, and that's strictly is Bass Pro shit now. I've had
Oh,
so
is it?
much
I didn't know.
trouble. I've had so much trouble out of various cartridges. I keep trying it every now and then because they'll a lot of times, especially Bass Pro members and shit, they'll put that on sale so cheap. It's like, oh man, I got to buy a box or two to try it. More often than not, I'm disappointed.
I tried some of the Herders shot shells that we bought from Bass Pro, and they worked. I mean, they were fine.
Yeah, the shot shells maybe a little bit different.
I don't think I've
Like
ever,
I haven't had
you
a problem
know,
with the shot shells not working,
I think
and
I bought some 9mm
I
rounds, but I
haven't
don't remember anything else.
I haven't like tested patterns and shit. But I've had case ruptures on some of the metallic cartridges. Yeah,
I actually saw some of it the other day.
multiple different cartridges too. I've had that happen. So
Interesting.
That it worries me a bit.
Yeah. Well, I go in and I'll buy like the Winchester white box, Frontier, if it's available, the what is the good 55 or reasonable 55 grain, the PMC gold, PMC bronze.
Yeah, PMC stuff's good.
PMC
No like American Eagle or anything like that.
American Eagle, I'll try them all, and I'll just
That's
find
pretty
what
cheap
my
stuff.
gun likes in 55 grain, what it's going to run, you know, what stays clean, you know, all of that, because you know it varies, and then I'll and I know for a fact that it with the way my gun, the way my long range ammo is, I can the Hornady Black 223 75 grain boat tail hollow point match ammo shoots almost the same point of impact as my hand load.
Have you shot any of the Hornady steel match?
Yes, I used to love that.
Holy fuck, that's just badass. And I don't even know if they make it anymore, but
they can't get the cases anymore. I talked to Steve Hornady about it because I loved it so much.
I bought like 2,000 rounds of that. It was so cheap. They put it on like discount, and it was cheaper than like the Frontier and shit. You know what I mean? And I bought like 2,000 rounds of it. I'm like, fuck it, it's steel, but I don't care. It's match. And
Frontier.
God, consistency and accuracy and like it's fucking. It's steel case, but it was amazing.
Frontier is the reason, or Frontier it only exists because the steel match fell off. Because what happened is, and I talked to Steve Hornady about this at Zombies one year, and I said, "Hey, I love that steel match. Why can't you get it?" And he's like, "We can't get the cases." They were buying boxcar loads of steel cases, primed steel cases from Wolf or whoever overseas, and then they would bring them over, and then they would just they would put them in their machines and run them and just they're using a better powder, and it's a Hornady projectile. And it was fucking great ammo, man. It was so good. It ran great. It's clean. All of the things you want. And and I literally like I've been like really unhappy that they can't bring it back. I mean, they just can't. I mean, they could if Russia and Ukraine stopped the war and Trump lifted the embargo on Russian foreign.
Yeah, they've got to be able to get those cheap cases to do it.
Yeah.
So
but that's why Frontier came out, because the law enforcement was using steel match to law enforcement was using steel match a lot. And for training. And so, which is why it came in 55 grain and 75 grain. And then when the cheap stuff went away, Frontier was the cheap replacement for the brown box replacement for the steel match, as near as I can tell. And that's why Frontier is
the timing is certainly right on all that.
Yeah. And I carried a box of Frontier 50. This guy, one of the reps there, and I can't remember his name. He's such a nice gentleman. I was there shooting zombies one year, and he's like, "Hey, what are you shooting?" And I said, "Well, it's this AR and this pistol." He's like, "Hey, I'm going to give you something." So he goes back to his vehicle and he brings out 2 boxes of Frontier 55 grain. He's like, "Hey, just give this a try when you get a chance." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it." And I carried that for like a year, and I didn't shoot it because I was like, probably not going to be a good.
Right.
And then I shot it, and I'm like, "Holy fuck, this is awesome!"
Pretty
And I
good.
mean, I use a lot of Hornady ammo. Like,
Mhm.
I know people have had mixed results with it, but I have had nothing but great success. And I mean,
The only thing I've had over the years with Hornady ammo was back in the very early days of 300 Blackout. What Hornady fucking did is they basically took 300 Whisper and they rebranded or redid their boxes that the shit came in to say 300 Blackout, and the fucking shit was 300 Whisper. Like, they didn't change anything on the fucking ammo. And I
So
had
AAC
issues,
made it.
and I had issues related to that.
Mhm.
But other than that, that's the only issue I've ever had, and that's not the case nowadays. That's been long rectified. But there for a fucking year or two, when Blackout first, started coming out, like, that was an issue with the Hornady shit. And that what sucked about it was Hornady was the only one that you could even get it in back at that time. Like, that's all you could find was the.
I had a
the
300
Hornady,
Whisper.
so
I like that.
yeah.
But the so Hornady, like I know that I can use their Superformance 73 grain ELDM, and it mirrors my 73 grain ELDM round.
I'm
and
looking in my projectile locker now. I told you I have 2. I got a hand loaded, reloaded ammo locker and a projectile locker. And I'm looking at my projectile locker now, and it's a sea of fucking red. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
like
Hornady,
thousands upon thousands of projectiles that are Hornady in there. So
yeah, Hornady. They used to sell literal barrels of bullets, like 55-gallon barrels of 55 grain.
Bang for the buck. Bang for the buck. Secondary to that, and it's a long way to secondary. Like, it's not even close, is Nosler. But
I like Nosler. I have some of their black tip varmint bullets that work really great.
That's most of this is green tip, blue tip, black tip, that type stuff. Yeah. And then some are I say that there's quite a few of the open tip match stuff. The basically OTM hollow point boat tail.
Yeah, so Sierras. Sierra OTM.
Yep.
I like the Sierras. My problem with the Sierras is that there for a while they got really, they're a small manufacturer and they got really expensive and they couldn't do anything about it. And other than that, I like them a lot. I've shot a ton of Sierras.
Sierra Match Kings I've got a fuck ton of Sierra 168 grain Sierra Match King because I've got a Savage Model 10, badass Savage Model 10 in 308. And that thing loves, and I'm talking about lights out loves, 168 grain Federal Gold Medal Match.
Yeah.
And so I bought a fuck ton of those to develop a hand load that was equivalent.
It takes time,
and
that's
all that gets ran. That's all that gets ran through that rifle. That's all. And gold medal match is very, very fucking expensive. Ammo. So it's way cheaper to buy the Match King projectiles and load it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And I'm loading it with once fired gold medal match brass as well. Because for those that don't know, Federal Gold Medal Match brass is not standard federal brass.
Yeah, it's probably. I think I have some.
It is its own thing.
Yeah. Well, I have there for a little while. I had the I was doing, which is really stupid, but I was doing gas gun matches with my with the standard AR. I mean, a standard 5.56 bullet, and I was using Lapua brass, Lapua Sonar bullets.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
Literally every time I pulled the trigger, is like a $10 bill flying
Yeah,
down.
you went fucking high end, yeah. Mhm.
And
Yeah, the Lapua shit ain't no joke.
yeah, that is true. You know, the thing about the Lapua 223 brass is you can get several loadings off of one, even at the higher pressure that like a long range bullet's going to operate at.
Mhm.
You can get several more loadings out of a Lapua case than you can a cheaper case,
Right.
and you can still get more powder in it, which I like both of those things. And I actually when I switched from 223 556 to 224 Valkyrie, Lapua doesn't make a case for that, but I still stuck with the Sonar. But for whatever reason, the extra powder in the I've traced it down to the powder volume in the 224 because it can drive it faster. The Sonar does not like it at all, and it gets really wonky. So I've gone back to the 73 grain ELD in that, which is it's my standby. That thing's freaking awesome.
Right.
And so yeah, I really, I go down deep in the wells on this. Every single rifle case, even for 55 grain blaster ammo, I'm deburring flash holes, uniform primer pocket, all of it.
So, Bucket Button, he says, "Okay, fine. You give me all the 300
Yeah.
blackout you guys don't want." Yeah, I want it, but
I love all my 300 blackout.
I'm gonna piss him the fuck off here. So I was looking around, gonna try to pick up some commercial. I said that I bought 1,000 rounds of 300 blackout the other day, a couple days ago. I found a place online, and they're sold out now. But I found a place online that I had never even heard of before. You know, these ammo third party places that you see pop up all the time.
Yeah.
And I picked up 1,000 rounds of the black box American Eagle
Mm.
and 147 grain for $6.99 a box.
Wow. That's awesome.
Which was 350-ish. It was 380 something bucks for less than $400 for 1,000 rounds of American Eagle, not like
Yeah. That's
reloaded.
still good. That stuff still
crazy
shoots.
shit. Like it was legit shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was nuts, man. They had it on clearance, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. Every now and again, you run up on stuff like that. I have a lot of. I kind of gone pretty deep down the well of some of this this reloading stuff. Like
I lied. It's 149 grain, not 147. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I use a bunch of Privy partisan brass. That works pretty good.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, PRBI is Privy is, if you're looking for oddball shit, odds are they make it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Them and for some reason Seller and Bellet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've been like I said, I've gone down the well on, especially for what I do for competition. It's just so insane. And
right. By the way, you should have somebody break this up and put it on the gun prattle.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have to get out of here. I got to go.
This has been awesome. This has been awesome gun prattle tonight.
It has been awesome gun prattle.
And the chat's responsible for a lot of it, but
yeah. Well, and that's what the chat's there for, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think I think reloading is one of those things where people are told all the time that it's not worth it to do it unless they spend thousands and thousands of dollars. And
I think my opinion on that real quick is you can get set up to reload for probably $500. And that gets you some brass, and that gets you, unless you've already got some brass, if you do, cool. But that gets you some projectiles and primers and powder and the press and the dies, right, for a cartridge.
Yeah.
I suggest that if anybody's out there and they've got the extra means to do it. Obviously, don't take food out of the fridge or off the table, or skip a car payment for the shit. But do it for no other reason, to learn how. Because if you ever start doing it, and you start going down that road, you will learn so much about ammunition, and so much about physics, and so much about chemistry, and so much about all this shit that comes in handy, not just with the shooting world, but in other facets of life as well.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I just looked it up. Over on Midway, you can buy the Lee Classic turret press, which gets you a perfect powder measure, which is one of the best powder measures you can start with. Or the auto drum. They don't call it the perfect powder measure anymore. They call it the auto drum. I personally used one, and they're great. You can get the safety prime system for the classic turret press, which works. It gives you a few hand tools to deburr cases and things like that. It gives you a safety powder scale, so you can measure the charges from your powder dropper.
Digital
And
scales
a reloading
scales are super cheap though.
Yeah, and a reloading book, and a digital scale
which is a good reloading book. That's probably the Lee 3rd edition or something.
Yeah, the Lee Modern Reloading. I think it is 3rd
Dude,
edition. $277 you can buy.
The first half of that book is all knowledge shit. It's not even loading data, like the first half, and it's an amazing fucking read. You will learn so much about ammo and shit. It's unbelievable.
It's awesome. And it gives you everything to do. It gives you everything that you need to,
except for dies and components.
Yeah, except for dies and components. Dies you can buy for $50. You don't need anything fancy there.
Lee dies,
Lee carbide 9mm die set is $65.99 right now. And
that's Midway. You can probably find them cheaper if you shop around.
Yeah. There's always something for sale used somewhere. And I mean, that's a great starter setup, and you could load once you get kind of things set up, you could load 200 rounds in maybe an hour and then go shoot. And I think it's a great, again, I don't think you have to do anything really crazy. It just is what it is. Guys, I got to get out of here. Clover Tack has been awesome to come on and hang out with me after the debate. I'm gonna do some cool stuff, editing this a little later. Really appreciate everybody's super chats. Really appreciate everybody hanging out for the debate. Remember, tomorrow 5 p.m. it's me and a stacked deck against Meth Mouth Destiny and some dude named Dev.
Dum.
And we're gonna fuck them up. You guys have a great rest of your night. As always, be cool. Wear the glasses if you need them. Enjoy the gun prattle, and go stand on somebody else's lawn.